even though she was a proper young lady in everyone's eyes. The first time she met her teacher, she ordered him to clean her feet. But the teacher didn't just refuse, he slapped her right across the face. It turns out that before Derek arrived here, he had already gotten permission from Durla's father to discipline her however he saw fit. But the reason Derek was granted such authority actually stemmed from his background as a beggar. It turned out that Derek was a transmigrator, but after crossing over, he realized he was nothing but a lowly beggar. Even the mentor who taught him magic was just an old beggar who loved to brag. The old man wasn't some hidden expert in disguise. He was just an ordinary one-star mage. The old beggar needed someone to stroke his ego, and Derek wanted to learn magic. The two of them hit it off just like that. But within a single year, Derek reached the level the old man spent his whole life trying to achieve. Yet, instead of encouraging Derek, the old man started crushing his confidence. With your talent, you'll reach 2-star at most. Magic relies entirely on bloodline. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. In this world, magic was a privilege reserved for the nobility. Many nobles could become 3-star mages before even coming of age. That night felt exceptionally long. Derek didn't know whether the old man was warning him or just venting his own frustrations. But the very next day, Derek found the old man's corpse. He had been beaten up somewhere, covered in bruises and scars. At first, Derek thought the old man had gotten into a fight with someone and ended up beaten like this. But he later found out that the old man was beaten by the guards because he was caught stealing a 2-star magic book from the warehouse. No one knew why an old beggar, destined to never become a 2-star mage, would risk his life to do something like that. For years after the old beggar's death, Derek met his second magic mentor. Katia was the head of the fallen Flameheart family and a 3-star mage working as a mercenary. At first, she only gave some pointers to Derek, who joined the mercenaries at a young age and could use a few 1-star spells. Katia taught Derek a lot of things. Besides magic, she also taught him a lot about worldly wisdom and noble etiquette. But what truly made Katia change her mind started from a little accident. The day Derek revealed his true talent, Katia dragged him into an empty alley without hesitation. You know, the nobility is very sensitive about their privileges, and magic is the greatest privilege of them all. While great power might be considered a blessing, that only applies among nobles. Though a 3-star mage occasionally appears among commoners, it's only achieved by those who devote their entire lives to studying magic. But the spell you just used was a 2-star disruption spell called Auditory Hallucination. From then on, Katia took Derek around, teaching him all kinds of magic. Occasionally, she would also tell him stories about her past life in high society as a noble. After living like this for a year, Katia left. Count Elberst hired Katia to be a private tutor. That count was a powerful border lord whom even the capital's Grand Duke couldn't easily offend. So, for Katia, this was an offer she couldn't refuse. Becoming a magic teacher for such a noble was a massive blessing for anyone. Just like that, after leaving behind a 2-star magic book, Katia disappeared from Derek's life. After teaching himself 2 more 2-star spells, Derek was only 16 that year, and he had no intention of stopping there. And on that very day, Derek received a commission that would change his destiny. It turned out that the ridiculously wealthy Duke Duprien issued a quest to subjugate monsters on the outskirts of his territory. However, the sharp-witted Derek immediately noticed something fishy. Would a family like the Dupriens really hire mercenaries to handle monsters? Remembering the warnings he got from the old beggar and Katia, Derek flat out rejected the commission. But the Duprien family simply offered way too much money. The deposit alone was a whole gold coin. Even the targets they were supposed to subjugate were just some incredibly ordinary goblins. As it turned out, Derek was right all along. This commission was nothing but a front. The true purpose of their trip was to find a magic teacher for Duke Duprien's daughter. And the 3 people who showed up earlier, their identities aren't simple, either. The old man is named Delon, the chief butler of the Duprien estate. The woman is the estate's head maid, named Catalina. And the last person is Ethelyn Eleanor Duprien, the eldest daughter of the Duprien family. Even though Derek accepted this highly lucrative commission, he still hadn't let his guard down. Because nobles like them have absolutely no reason to hire a mercenary as a tutor. Meanwhile, Reg barged into Duke Duprian's study. Father, Brother Valerian, look at this. Reg, what are you doing? Haven't I taught you to always maintain your elegance? Am not the one who needs to mind their elegance. It's Durla. She started getting physically abusive with the estate's servants. Keep your voice down, Reg. Father and I are in the middle of a conversation. Over 10 servants quit last month alone because they couldn't take it anymore, and she smashes the furniture at the drop of a hat. How much longer are you going to let that brat run wild, Father? Reg, hearing Reg talk about their sister like that, Valerian couldn't hold back anymore. Enough, just leave for now. I still need to speak with Father. Father, it's an undeniable fact that Durla is a troublemaker. Besides, we still have Ethelyn, don't we? I think it's about time we give up on Durla. Listen to me, Reg, it's not your place to make that judgment. I've already had the butler look into the monastery. The facilities there are excellent, and quite a few nobles attend. Rather than letting her become a burden, we should submit to God's will. If we leave a brat like her unchecked, she'll become a disaster for our family sooner or later. However, the moment Reg finished speaking, Duke Duprian grabbed his head and slammed it brutally into the desk. I've already told you once, it is not your place to make that judgment. When it's time to make a decision, you must be decisive, Father. On the other side, Ethelyn had already brought Derek into the Duke's estate. Have you heard anything about my younger sister, Durla? I've only seen Lady Durla's name on the Duprian family tree. I see. I suppose she doesn't stand out much to outsiders. Right at that moment, the two encountered Valerian and Reg coming out of the Duke's room. It's been a while. Ethelyn, have you been well in Elberst? Thank you for your concern. Brother, I've been doing very well there. That's good. As you can see, Reg is a bit injured. Let's catch up later. From their expressions, it was obvious. A dispute must have just occurred in the Duke's estate. After seeing a maid weeping with her face covered in the background, Derek formed a rough guess in his mind. Soon after, the two entered Duke Duprian's study. Ethelyn exchanged her usual brief pleasantries with her father. This is the magic tutor I brought back from Elberst. He said he's willing to teach Durla. But one look at the Duke's expression made it clear. He didn't take this seriously at all. You must be very busy, Father. I will take my leave now. However, just as she was leaving, the Duke asked Derek to stay behind alone. You look very young. Are you even 16 this year? Yes. Thanks to the etiquette Katia had taught him before, Derek didn't act recklessly. What level of magic can you use? I can use a bit of one-star magic. Stop lying. Excessive humility is not a virtue. Only then did Derek realize that, in front of a 5-star mage like Duke Duprian, humility wouldn't work. I apologize if I was being disrespectful. It's fine. I know why you did it. But to me, judging by both your age and attire, you don't look like someone fit to be a magic tutor. Seeing this, Derek figured there was no point in hiding it. I'm a mercenary. Since you are the teacher Ethelyn selected, I have nothing more to say. I permit you to enter and leave the villa where Durla resides. They'll have a maid show you the way. You may leave now. May I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. After getting the Duke's approval, Derek finally spoke up. As you know, I'm a mercenary. Once I accept a commission, I have to see it through. Lady Ethelyn's commission for me is to help Lady Durla learn magic and help her integrate into noble society. Are the questions you want to ask about these obvious matters? So, to properly complete this commission, I hope your grace will grant me a certain level of authority. The moment he heard this, Duke Duprian's expression finally changed. Meanwhile, Durla threw another plate at a nearby maid. I'm so sorry, Lady Durla. What good is an apology from someone like you? Get out of my sight right now. If I see you again, I'll smash it right into your lowly face. At the same time, the guild leader of the mercenary guild was also curious. Why let a commoner be a noble's magic teacher? I've searched for all the famous magic teachers on the continent, but everyone gave up. I was left with no other choice but to make this decision. Even though Mr. Derek has a mercenary background, he has a good understanding of noble etiquette and culture. His teacher was a fallen noble. He probably learned all of that from her. I see. Mr. Derek may be a mercenary, but he has an extraordinary aura and a kind heart, so I believe Mr. Derek might actually be able to guide Durla well. Lady Ethelyn, it seems your judge of character is still lacking. That guy Derek is a mage who grew up in the slums, and he's been a mercenary since before he even knew any better. a guy from the slums like him. How could he possibly have grown up relying on aura and kindness? Meanwhile, led by Delon, Derek arrived at the villa where Durla was staying. After knocking a few times without getting a response, Derek opened the door to Durla's room. "Hello, I'm Derek. Sorry for the intrusion." However, Durla didn't reply to Derek's greeting. Instead, she just kept gesturing for him to come closer. The moment Derek got close, a triumphant smirk appeared on Durla's face. She then grabbed a large bucket of slop from the floor and dumped it all right over Derek's head. "Oh my, what should we do about this? I thought a rat had scurried in." "Aren't you that mercenary the butler mentioned? Looking closely, you really do look like a rat. I prepared this just for you. Does it remind you of your hometown? The stench of the sewer suits you perfectly. What a shame, though, the gift I specially prepared for you spilled all over the floor." Hearing these humiliating words, Derek just stared dead ahead at Durla. Because of this, Durla actually started feeling a bit uncomfortable. Without the slightest hesitation, Durla kicked Derek right to the ground. "Don't look at me like that." Because she had just kicked Derek, Durla even took off the shoe from that foot. "Know your place, you filthy rat. You think you're fit to teach me? Didn't those commoners teach you any common sense?" Meanwhile, Duke Duprian was deep in thought about their earlier conversation. Because that mercenary-turned-teacher, Derek, had left quite an impression on him. The fact that I'm sitting here proves that Lady Durla's problems aren't easy to fix. So I'd like to ask your grace, who loves Lady Durla deeply, a question. While I'm teaching Lady Durla, how much authority are you willing to give me? Back to Derek, he gave Durla a resounding slap across the face. Without a doubt, Durla never imagined anyone would dare treat her like this. She looked at Derek in front of her in disbelief. The burning sensation on her face told her that she had actually been slapped by the man standing before her. At that moment, Derek finally spoke. "Get up." It turns out that 3 years ago, Derek had asked Katia a question. "Teacher, if you met an arrogant and ungrateful student, what would you do?" "Well, I'd definitely try my best to understand and tolerate them." Isn't that a bit too idealistic? What if none of that works? The essence of teaching is to guide students in a better direction. If understanding and tolerance can't get through to them, then another method must be used. And what would that other method be? Instilling fear in their minds. Back to the present, Durla still couldn't believe she had been struck by a mere mercenary. "Treat others with care and respect. I don't want to repeat myself. Get up." But the very first thing Durla did upon standing up was slap Derek across the face. "Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a filthy mercenary. How dare you?" But before she could finish her sentence, Derek slapped her right back. "I told you I don't want to repeat myself. Treat others with care and respect." Seeing Derek's sheer audacity, Durla let out a furious scoff. "Butler, what are you all doing? This lowly scumbag actually dared to strike me." Hearing Durla's cries, Delon immediately rushed in. "Lady Durla, are you all right? What do you think you're doing? How could you lay a hand on the young lady? If the Duke finds out." However, before Delon could finish, Derek pulled a document from his coat. "Duke Duprian has already decided that I have full authority over everything regarding Durla's education. So no matter what methods I use, the Duke has given his implicit consent." Seeing the document bearing the Duke's signature, Delon found himself in a tough spot. It was then that Durla realized this new teacher wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Shortly after, the news of Derek striking Durla reached Valerian. "Brother, please calm down. Are you that mercenary?" Valerian roared as he barged into Derek's room. Facing an aggressively imposing Valerian, Derek didn't bother offering any excuses. "You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on Durla? Brother, please calm down." Right at that moment, Derek spoke up. "I've already received permission from Duke Duprian. He's a guest Ethelyn brought back. What position does this put her in? Besides, Father already allowed it. You, come with me, right now. And Reg, stop getting in my way. Just go do what you need to do." "I heard about what happened. Durla really does need a beating to learn some sense. Don't worry, my brother won't hurt you. She's a lost cause anyway. Don't expect to be able to fix her." Shortly after, Valerian brought Derek to Durla's room. This was Durla's room when she lived in the main estate. It's just been left vacant for now. Derek noticed that besides the dolls most girls liked, there were also many paintings here. Durla loves to draw, Whenever she pulled me over with a blush to show me her drawings, she looked incredibly adorable. But her paintings were left unfinished. She mostly stopped painting once she finished the part she liked. I'm sorry, I was too agitated earlier. I apologize once again. I didn't take it to heart, so don't worry about it. But I am a bit curious. Why did you bring me to this room? I wanted to show you that Durla isn't the kind of child who just tramples on others, but at some point, she suddenly became overly obsessed with bloodlines. In the end, she was kicked out of the main estate and locked up in the villa. I have absolutely no idea what on earth made her turn out like this. At the very least, we can't let Durla be sent to the monastery. As long as she learns a single one-star magic spell, I can find a way to convince Father. So please, I'm begging you, please save Durla. Seeing Valerian lowering his pride to beg him, Derek just waved his hand dismissively. She probably hasn't completely given up on magic yet. This book is filled with her handwritten notes. The books here should all be traditional faction theory books, right? That's right. We nobles only study the traditional faction. Looking at the drawings in front of him, a theory formed in Derek's mind. They'll give it my best shot, Derek said, handing the book back to Valerian. Later that night, while Durla was fast asleep in her room, someone dumped a bucket of water directly on her head. And that person was none other than Derek. How are you still sleeping? What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Come with me right now. Are you crazy? Where are you taking me in the middle of the night? But no matter how loudly Durla screamed along the way, not a single person dared to stop Derek. Derek just dragged Durla along, pulling her right out of the villa. Once he made sure no one was around, Derek threw Durla hard onto the ground. Do you think doing this will change anything? In your dreams, who the hell do you think you are? You're not fit to teach me. Since there's no one else around, how about I tell you an interesting little truth? Actually, I never planned on teaching you magic from the start. I just purely enjoy torturing high and mighty nobles like you. Seeing the twisted look on Derek's face, Durla was utterly terrified. Don't you agree? Why would a lowly commoner ever like a noble? Being a teacher is just a nice-sounding excuse. What the hell are you talking about? I never had any intention of being a magic tutor. I just needed a suitable identity to torment arrogant nobles like you. Do you have any idea? Those high and mighty nobles, how sweet their screams actually sound. Do you really think you can do this and get away with it? Of course you'll get away with it. You're about to be tossed into a monastery anyway. Do you really think anyone will believe a word you say? And even if something does happen, the worst they can do is kill me. Trading a commoner's life for a noble's sounds like a pretty good deal to me, doesn't it? Besides, if I just run away right now, absolutely nothing will happen to me. After all, I'd be doing the Duprian family a favor by getting rid of a nuisance. In that moment, Durla realized that if Derek caught her now, she really might die right here. If she tried to run back to the villa, Derek would likely just drag her out again. So Durla decided to lose him in the woods she knew so well. If she could just make it through the woods to the Duke's estate, then the one who would end up dead would definitely be Derek. But right at that moment, Durla felt a bright flash of light behind her. She then realized Derek had actually cast the 2-star magic, Fireball, which meant this 16-year-old mercenary standing before her was at least a 2-star mage. As the fireball exploded right in front of her, Durla collapsed to the ground in terror. At that exact moment, Durla truly felt that death was upon her. How could this be happening? Oops, my bad. Looks like my aim was a little off. Scrambling back to her feet, Durla frantically dashed deeper into the woods. But because she was constantly watching Derek's movements, Durla accidentally tripped and fell. By the time she scrambled back up, Derek's magic attacks had already reached her. And these attacks seemed to be getting closer and closer to Durla. She's surprisingly agile. She doesn't move like someone cooped up in a mansion all day. Taking advantage of the pause when Derek spoke, Durla found another chance to run away. She knew very well that running away constantly wasn't a solution. If this kept up, she'd be caught sooner or later. When Durla looked back, she noticed that Derek's attention seemed to be entirely on his magic. When Derek looked up, he realized Durla's figure had completely vanished. However, the woods in front of him were exactly what he had seen in her painting. He guessed that Durla must have played here since she was a child. And those things in Durla's paintings were actually the magic she sensed. After sensing the ambient magic with his own just now, Derek was even more convinced that his earlier assumption was correct. But right at that moment, Durla leaped out of the bushes, holding a rock. Unfortunately, with just a casual swing of his sword, Derek shattered her final hope. Your boldness is commendable. Knowing you couldn't shake me off, you chose to strike first. It's not an easy call to make. Due to the dual torment on her mind and body, Durla no longer had the strength to run. Looks like you're out of places to run. Any last words? Derek said, as he took step after step toward Durla. Did you really think I'd apologize to you? Just kill me. I'd never grovel like those commoners. Why are you so obsessed with bloodlines? The moment she heard those words, Durla's body jolted. What else do I have left? Aside from this noble blood, do I have anything else? Magic, magic. That's all anyone ever talks to me about. Do you think I haven't tried? But I just can't do it. No matter how desperately I try, it's never enough. What am I supposed to do? Whether it's magic or painting, I'm worse than everyone else. What else do I have left besides my bloodline? If I lose that too, then what am I? I understand. Then die in peace. Saying this, Derek raised his sword. This time, Durla didn't run. Instead, she stared fiercely into Derek's eyes. But surprisingly, Derek's sword was suddenly blocked by a wall of ice. Seeing the scene unfold before her, Durla could hardly believe her eyes. The one who had cast those ice walls wasn't someone else, but herself, the one who had never been able to learn magic. Durla was in complete disbelief that she had actually used magic in a situation like this. You did well, my lady. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Though it doesn't quite count as a spell yet, and you merely ignited your mana, but you still did a great job. In that moment, all the pent-up emotions Durla had harbored for so long finally poured out. After testing you, it's clear you belong to the Wild faction. The Wild faction? What's that? I heard most nobles study the Order faction, but at their core, all factions are the same. Only the process of understanding and learning differs. Lady Durla, you belong to the Wild faction, which is why you struggled when trying to learn magic using Order faction theories. But how did you know that I belong to the Wild faction? I saw the paintings you made, my lady. You sensed the magic in nature and expressed it on the canvas. Mages with the potential for the Wild faction usually sense magic from nature when they're very young. All right, you may go now. If it's at this level, I guess it's not too bad. Though you've successfully awakened your magic, you still have a long way to go. Starting tomorrow, they'll teach you how to properly ignite your mana. Right at that moment, Durla called out to Derek. Anyway, thank you. Is that dusk your masterpiece? Which one? It was beautifully done. That is indeed my masterpiece. You're the first person to notice it was a finished piece. Early the next morning, Durla began trying to manifest her magic. But no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't make any progress. On her way to find Derek, she accidentally startled a passing maid. As luck would have it, the maid spilled water all over her dress. In that instant, the maid was scared to death. I am so sorry, Lady Durla. After all, given Durla's usual behavior, a mistake like this would almost certainly guarantee a brutal punishment. I'm sorry, I deserve to die. Please spare me this one time. However, to the maid's surprise, Durla didn't lose her temper at all. Be careful. She couldn't believe it. Durla just dropped that casual remark and walked away. Are you okay? Did she hit you? I'm fine. Something must have happened when she went out last night. Meanwhile, Derek, who had been busy all night, was still fast asleep. But the very next second, Durla's voice rang out alongside loud knocking on his door. What do you want this early in the morning? My lady, please mind your manners. You're putting me in a difficult position. Teach me how to control the magic I manifested. I just tried doing it myself, but I still can't do it. Hearing this, Delon was stunned. He couldn't believe Derek had helped Durla awaken her magic after just one day. Didn't you say you'd teach me today? Tell me right now? Come back this afternoon. Derek shut the door right after saying that. While Delon was still feeling overjoyed for Durla, Durla's expression had already turned extremely sour. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to boss me around? Open the door. Tell me right now. But Derek didn't respond to Durla at all. Instead, he just went straight back to sleep. The girl was originally a notorious troublemaker in the family, but the boy only took a single day to turn her into an obedient and sensible noble lady. Have you heard? Lady Durla hasn't smashed a single plate today. I accidentally spilled water on her dress this morning, and I wasn't even beaten. And I heard Lady Durla has successfully awakened her magic. Is that true? Hasn't that tutor only been here for one day? Reg froze when he overheard this. What did you just say? Not long after, Valerian told the Duke and Reg about it. Durla awakened her magic. Yes. Father, I've confirmed it with the butler and the maids countless times. Duke Duprian uncharacteristically stopped writing. That's wonderful news. She merely awakened her magic. That's all. Father, you shouldn't jump to conclusions so soon. Reg, it's one thing for you not to praise our sister for awakening her magic, but how can you say something like that? Have you forgotten everything she's done up until now? Canceling the plan to send her to the monastery over such a small achievement. Isn't that a bit too hasty? While the two boys were arguing over Durla, the Duke simply picked up his pen in silence and resumed reviewing documents. Time quickly passed, and afternoon arrived. When Derek arrived at Durla's room, she was sitting alone on her bed. Are you throwing a tantrum? I am not throwing a tantrum. I'm angry. Even if you're throwing a tantrum, there's nothing to be done. I said I'm angry. Whether you're angry or throwing a tantrum, it doesn't change a thing. After all, everything has a proper order. At this point, Durla finally couldn't hold it in anymore. I already told you. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I am angry. But when Durla turned around, she met Derek's crimson eyes. She instinctively turned away. Just pretend I'm throwing a tantrum. If you start messing around just because you awakened your magic, you'll collapse from exhaustion in no time. I'm speaking from experience. You need to balance work and rest when learning. Since you're all rested up, let's get back to studying. Yeah. What a stiff magic tutor. Are you saying you want me to teach you in a less stiff way? At that moment, Durla remembered what she went through to awaken her magic. It sure was a novel teaching method, but the process. Thinking of that, Durla hastily sat down. Never mind. Today, we're going to learn how to manifest magic. Once you can manifest it at will, you should be able to learn one-star magic right away. Our wild faction doesn't have a rigid, complete learning system, so it's the perfect school for self-teaching. Plus, compared to the traditional faction, we value freedom more. Honestly, you're actually a great fit for the wild faction, my lady. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Your free-spirited personality perfectly aligns with the wild faction. Not to mention, you have Duprian blood flowing through your veins. Your talent is absolutely extraordinary. The moment she heard that, Durla's entire demeanor completely changed. Are you saying I'm super talented? Yes, to conjure an ice wall at the exact moment you awakened your magic. It's safe to say you have great talent. So by that logic, I'm a genius. Having talent and being a genius are two different things, isn't it the same thing? They're completely different. Fine, whatever you say. While the two were practicing how to manifest magic, they didn't seem to notice Reg standing outside the window. One look at his face made it clear that he was extremely displeased about Durla awakening her magic. Over the next few days, Durla sought Derek out every single day. Derek, I can manifest my magic now, but I still can't control its direction. Derek, look, cold air is starting to form in my hands, but it just feels so weird. Derek, listen to me. I can sense the magic, but this feeling is so weird. Derek, I've been looking for you all day. What are you doing out here? Didn't I tell you to stay near the villa? Did you think Father lent you those magic books, just so you could study magic? Yes, the Duke agreed to let me read the magic books here at my leisure. What do you want from me? I've already successfully circulated my mana like you told me to last time. Come check on my progress. That night, Valerian stood in his room with a solemn expression. I heard you were looking for me. You're here. Let's sit down and talk. How has my sister, Durla, been doing lately? She's made great progress, but ITLL still takes some time before she can learn one-star magic. I see. Sometime next week, Mother will be returning from the social season. I must warn you in advance, she is not someone you can easily fool. While the people currently in this estate have been quite accommodating, nobles generally despise commoners holding important positions. I'm sure you're well aware of this. Derek, I'll keep that in mind. Is this the only reason you called me here? I am the future head of the Duprian family. A family head's duty is to care for and embrace all of its members, so I must treat everyone with utter sincerity. What a grueling task that is, and how unfathomable the human heart can be. How wonderful it would be if everyone shared the same thoughts and values. Unfortunately, reality is quite different. So, what exactly are you trying to tell me? Durla, my dearest little sister, she won't play with me anymore. Hearing these words from Valerian, Derek was left completely speechless. You know what, Derek? I can still clearly picture how she used to smile and greet me when we were kids. Is there anyone in this world more angelic than her? So, Derek, do you have any ideas? Any way I can win Durla's favor? Why are you asking me this? Doesn't Durla love following you around? Just as Valerian said, Durla was running around everywhere looking for Derek. Hey, can you take a look at this for me? I learned how to make dolls from the maids. What do you think? Doesn't it look exactly like our cute Durla? Will this make her feel her big brother's love? Forgive my bluntness, Sir Valerian. Are you trying to curse her with this thing? Derek, you jerk. You're completely useless. 1 week later, the Duchess has returned. I've heard a lot about you. They say we've hired a highly capable magic tutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Miliela Daybell Duprian. If you don't mind, I'd like to send some gifts to your domain. I don't belong to any noble house. Upon hearing this, Miliela froze. I have no domain and no noble family. I am merely a commoner. Miliela simply couldn't believe it. The capable magic tutor they spoke of was actually a commoner. The moment she found out, Miliela stormed into the Duke's study. You actually let a commoner become Durla's tutor. What is the meaning of this? My hearing is perfectly fine. Could you lower your voice? That's not the issue here. It's Durla, our precious little daughter. Miliela, you know as well as I do, am not exactly fond of hiring commoners either. But all the noble-blooded tutors have already given up on her. Even so, you can't just let some mercenary from the slums teach her. Finding a magic tutor isn't an easy task. Besides, Derek was recommended by Ethelyn. Even if that's the case, there should still be a minimum standard. Why didn't you just invite your brother? Last time he made excuses saying he was too busy, but things are different now. Durla has already awakened her magic. You want a defense guard from the outer regions to be her private tutor? Do you think managing and running a domain is child's play? Then what about Elburst's social circles? Do you think high society is any simpler? That place is just as much of a battlefield. In high society, a tutor is your most important calling card, yet you hired a no-name commoner without a noble house. Do you want Durla to become a laughingstock when she debuts? At that moment, Valerian also entered the room. Mother, please calm down a little. You didn't come here to argue with father, right? Step back. Valerian, I can't just let this slide. That commoner mage, is he really qualified to be Durla's magic tutor? That's the core of the issue, isn't it, Mother? The moment she saw Reg, a look of relief appeared in Miliela's eyes. For a mere commoner to become a noble's magic tutor, this is no ordinary situation. If that commoner truly has what it takes, then I suppose it's not a big issue. Father, I am willing to test this Direct's abilities if I can defeat him in a magical duel. Forget it. From a mage's perspective, he is undeniably strong. The moment he heard this, Reg fell silent. Then how about I test Durla? Valerian finally realized that Reg seemed to be targeting his own sister. If Derek truly is an excellent tutor, then his student, Durla, should have achieved some solid results by now, right? I am willing to have a magical duel with Durla to determine his qualifications as a tutor. After some hesitation, the Duke ultimately agreed to Reg's proposal. After the two left the study, Valerian immediately caught up with Reg, who had left first. What on earth are you thinking? Why would you have a magic duel with Durla? Brother, do you really believe Durla has turned over a new leaf? Have you forgotten everything she's done? But no matter what, she's still your only sister. She's our flesh and blood, someone we must tolerate. But that flesh and blood of yours will destroy our family. Isn't everything she's done in the past proof enough? If she enters high society, we're truly finished. Is that really what you think, Reg? Durla is the one who crossed the line first. She should just stay locked up in the villa forever. On one hand was his younger brother. Valerian didn't know how to handle this either. Not long after, Durla, having heard the news, sought out Derek. Rushing over so early in the morning. What happened this time? Durla didn't answer. She simply threw a document in front of Derek. If I lose this duel, you'll be fired. I've already heard. Master Reg is already a full-fledged one-star mage. This duel is going to be tough. Is that all you have to say? If I lose, you're going to get fired. I am a mercenary. As long as I complete the commission job and receive the corresponding pay, it's fine. Besides, up to this point, I've already been paid more than enough. The moment she heard this, Durla froze. Are you serious? A week passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of Durla and Reg's duel arrived. Except for Ethelyn, who was away from the estate, almost everyone in the Duprian family was present. You're here. Upon seeing the Duke, Derek merely greeted him as usual. Just by looking at Derek, it was clear that he wasn't nervous at all. The Duke couldn't help but assume he was very confident. In the Duke's eyes, if Derek could maintain his composure in this situation, firing him too early didn't seem like a good idea. No one knew that in Reg's mind, this was no ordinary duel. He wanted to use this opportunity to utterly destroy Durla. Reg silently swore to himself that he would make Durla regret everything she had done in the past. On the other side, Durla, who was participating in her first duel, had an exceptionally determined gaze. The time flashed back to the afternoon she spoke with Derek. Do you really not care about anything else? My lady, you should have felt it too. Your magic growth is on the right track. Although you can't use one-star magic right away, you should be able to after a while. After all, you carry the Duprian bloodline. Why are you suddenly saying all this? I told you before, the Wild Faction is a school of magic inherently suited for self-study. Hearing these words, Durla was on the verge of tears from anxiety. So what? Why are you telling me this? Derek, I know I'm not a good student, but I still hope to keep learning magic from you. I don't want anyone else to teach me. Let me tell you in advance, I'm not familiar with the etiquette and rules of noble magic duels, nor have I ever experienced them. But I can tell you how to win a fight. Do you want to win? In that moment, Durla remembered the words she had once heard. How could someone like her appear in the Duprian family? Her older brother and sister are both so amazing. It seems the Duprian family is heading for a decline. Remembering those words, Durla's eyes became resolute. I want to win. I have to win. Durla didn't come here as Reg's younger sister. She stood here as Derek's student and as a true mage. It's starting. It's starting. The magic duel between Durla and Reg is finally starting. Reg watched Durla step onto the arena, feeling a strange sense of unease. Is she actually here to win? As their eyes locked, Delon's voice echoed from the side. Please prepare yourselves. This match will follow the Kale Flame Salon's advanced mage dueling rules. The first to trigger General Pelham's protection matrix will be declared the loser. I repeat, both sides, please prepare yourselves. The duel begins now. General Pelham's protection matrix automatically triggers right before the wearer suffers a fatal blow, completely nullifying the opponent's magic. I was wondering how nobles fight. Can't believe they use such expensive trinkets just for sparring. Guess they really have too much money to burn. That thing lasts for 10 minutes. Looks like Reg plans to end this before then. He refuses to accept a draw. That's why he's taking this duel so seriously. The moment the duel began, he immediately gathered mana in his hands and started chanting. But while Reg was preparing his spell, Durla just stood there, glaring daggers at him. One of the key factors in a magic duel is chanting speed. In long-range combat, the first to finish chanting usually holds the advantage. And against an opponent like Durla, a single one-star spell is more than enough. Sorry, but you need to go back to that villa. The instant his chant was complete, a one-star wind blade shot toward Durla. In Reg's eyes, there was no way the sluggish Durla could dodge this attack. Reg could already picture it, the wind blade triggering her protection magic, and Durla being banished back to her villa. But Reg completely missed that this girl he considered a disgrace to the family had sheer determination in her eyes. Right at that moment, Durla lowered her stance and lunged to the side. It was a rare burst of agility from her. Without a doubt, the sudden change in Durla vastly exceeded Reg's expectations. Don't even try to run. Reg gritted his teeth and surged his mana, altering the trajectory of the wind blade. It swerved right back toward her. As far as Reg was concerned, a girl who had been locked in a villa for so long definitely had worse stamina than a normal person. But if he could see Durla's expression right now, he would definitely change his mind. Furthermore, while Reg was proficient with one-star magic, he was fundamentally still a combat rookie. Forcing a change in a spell's trajectory like that would only drain his mana faster. Just as Reg thought she couldn't dodge it, an ice wall erupted from the ground, blocking the speeding wind blade. Normally, a basic ice wall formed purely from raw mana wouldn't stand a chance against a one-star spell, but because Reg had forcibly altered its trajectory, the blade's power had drastically decreased. Still, Reg refused to believe that Durla could keep relying on cheap tricks to block his attacks. Standing his ground, Reg began chanting again. This time, he planned to fire off 3 of his signature wind blades in a row. If Durla loved scurrying around so much, he just needed to cut off all her escape routes. Besides, there was no way she could block his wind blades with those flimsy ice walls again. Listen closely, Lady Durla. Mercenary combat techniques are different from a noble's. We don't consider fighting fair to be a virtue, we only care about winning itself. This might be different from your standard noble duels. Even if you win, you might get scolded for it. But even so, it will still guarantee your victory. Are you sure you want to learn this? Of course I do. I have to win this time. I absolutely will win. Back in the present, Durla analyzed the situation, using everything Derek had taught her. She immediately channeled her mana, creating several more ice pillars. Then, she began darting between them, using the pillars as cover. Even though Reg's power was far above hers, she kept Derek's teachings firmly in mind. Even when there's a gap in strength between mercenaries, but there's still a chance to win, because what they were doing wasn't sparring, it was a real battle. And just as Derek predicted, Reg is nothing but a rookie in combat. He kept forcefully altering the trajectory of his wind blades, consuming a massive amount of mana. As a result, the speed and power of his wind blades fell far short of normal one-star magic. That was the only reason Durla barely managed to dodge those attacks. Derek once said, "In combat, you adapt to the battlefield and use every available advantage. In other words, you do whatever it takes to win." By the same token, making your opponent drop their guard is just another tactic to exploit. Realizing she couldn't dodge the wind blade, Durla channeled her mana to create another ice wall to block the attack. But since she had only recently awakened her magic, such high-intensity combat was already taking a massive toll on her. Right at that moment, Reg's voice rang out again, "It's over." The instant she heard those words, Durla whipped her head around. The final wind blade Reg had unleashed had already curved around to the back of the ice walls. The moment the wind blade struck, the arena was completely engulfed in smoke and dust. No one could see what was happening inside. However, Derek didn't panic in the slightest. He knew Durla wouldn't be defeated that easily. Miliela, watching from the stands, wasn't nearly as calm. "Durla, Dalan, what are you standing around for? Stop the match right now, and bring Durla back here." Just then, the Duke spoke up. "Sit back down. The duel isn't over yet." "What are you talking about? You saw it yourself. Durla was hit by the magic hit." "I don't think so. General Pelham's protection circle didn't activate." Actually, aside from the situation on the arena, the Duke was also keeping a close eye on someone else. That was Derek, who was sitting on the sidelines watching the fight. The Duke had been observing his reactions from the very beginning. Derek hadn't even blinked. Did he already predict everything that was happening right now? Meanwhile, seeing that the duel still hadn't ended, Reg stepped into the dust cloud. Logically, Durla should have been hit by the wind blade, but the protection circle hadn't activated. So where exactly did she go? Right at that moment, peering through the gaps beneath the arena floor, Reg spotted a familiar silhouette. But before he could even react, a loud creaking sound came from the wooden planks at his feet. In a flash, an ice pillar shot up from beneath the stage. Caught completely off guard, Reg jumped back in shock. Luckily, his quick reflexes saved him, and the ice pillar only managed to pierce his cloak. But Reg couldn't believe his eyes, to think Durla would actually hide under the stage to attack him. After all, according to what Dalan had stated earlier, leaving the arena bounds resulted in instant disqualification. But one look at Dalan's expression made it clear, what Durla was doing right now didn't break any rules. Still, in all past noble sparring sessions, no one had ever used such a crude fighting style. Just as that thought crossed his mind, The wooden planks beneath his feet rattled again. Though he looked a bit pathetic, Reg still managed to dodge the sudden barrage of ice pillars. But it was far from over. Almost instantly, 3 more ice pillars violently erupted right beside him. There was no doubt about it. The ice pillars stabbing up from under the stage were deliberately locking onto him. Not only were these attacks completely out of sight, their positions were practically impossible to predict, and if even a single one connected, he would lose. Looking at Durla right now, there wasn't a single trace of noble elegance left in her. And then, Reg finally spotted Durla hiding in the shadows beneath the stage. It wasn't until this very moment that he clearly saw the look in her eyes. Her gaze was completely void of emotion. Without a doubt, this wasn't the kind of look Durla should have, but Reg couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen those eyes somewhere before. And soon, the answer hit him. It was the exact same look in that mercenary's eyes, the one who didn't show a hint of emotion even when Valerian grabbed him by the collar. Only then did Reg realize that the tactics Durla was displaying were undoubtedly influenced by that magic teacher. Now that he knew the truth of the matter, there was no need for Reg to keep putting on noble airs. Without a moment's hesitation, he ripped off the cloak on his back. Since Durla had completely abandoned the etiquette of noble duels and was fighting solely for the sake of victory, he had to adopt a corresponding stance. Because of Durla, Reg also discarded his usual noble demeanor. What in the world is this? How can she just run under the arena stage? It's full of dust down there. Dear, what are you doing? Stop them right now. Durla hasn't broken any rules. Let's watch the duel to the end. Duke Duprian had frequently been on the battlefield in his youth, so there wasn't a single trace of surprise on his face. He simply rested his chin on his hand, quietly overseeing the duel. Meanwhile, hiding under the arena stage, Durla wasn't acting blindly. She was carefully observing the changes on the stage above. To be precise, she was observing the flow of magic. The moment Reg started chanting a spell, Durla could pinpoint his location through the flow of magic. This way, Reg would either have to interrupt his chant to dodge, or be forced to switch his attack magic into defense magic. In this tense standoff, Reg quickly caught on to Durla's intentions. She's trying to exhaust my magic power. But right at this moment, Reg found a way to break the stalemate. At the same time, Durla noticed that the magic flow on the stage had disappeared. She realized Reg might be plotting something. But no matter what Reg was trying to do, all Durla had to do was keep interrupting his chants. Seeing the change in Reg, Delon couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Because at this very moment, Reg had impressively climbed up the flagpole bearing the Duprian family crest. From this position, Durla definitely wouldn't be able to detect his chanting, but similarly, Reg couldn't properly complete a chant either right now. So the only solution was to completely smash the arena stage to pieces, leaving Durla with nowhere to hide. Without a shred of hesitation, Reg fired a magic arrow at the base of the flagpole. Under the impact of this strike, the flagpole displaying the family crest came crashing down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Reg jumped to the top of the falling flagpole. His goal was simple. While the flagpole smashed the arena stage, he would use it to enter beneath the stage as well. Seeing this scene, Miliela was stunned too. She never expected her proud son to do something like this. But Reg, at this moment, didn't give a damn about what anyone else thought. The instant he broke into the space beneath the stage, he started scanning the surroundings for Durla's tracks. Soon enough, amidst the dust and smoke, he spotted a running figure. Without a single moment's hesitation, Reg immediately unleashed a magic arrow. The moment the magic arrow flew her way, Durla sensed the fluctuation of magic power around her. Without any hesitation, she instantly channeled her magic, preparing to summon an ice pillar. But Durla quickly realized that she didn't have enough magic power left to cast the spell. So, while on the run, she had to find a way to recover her magic power. Luckily, because there was so much dust in the air, Reg's magic arrow missed its mark slightly. But what took Reg by surprise was that Durla was actually charging straight at him. If Reg landed just one magic arrow, he would win this duel. However, Reg never expected that Durla would completely abandon magic and deliver a flying kick straight to his chest. In that split second, Reg once again saw killing intent in this girl's eyes. It was the same look he had seen countless times in his childhood. A ruthless, stop-at-nothing killing intent to achieve her goal. Since this kick landed squarely on his chest, Reg found it hard to breathe for a moment. But what he didn't expect was yet to come. Durla actually grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it straight into his eyes. Even though he noticed her intention right away, Reg still left an opening for her to exploit. Durla seized the chance, using the flagpole to climb back up onto the arena. However, her actions also made Reg realize that her mana was completely depleted. Looking at her, it wasn't hard for him to read her determination. I want to win. I'll win by any means necessary. I want to prove my worth through victory. Her actions completely ignited Reg's fighting spirit, not just as an opponent, but as Durla's brother. By the time Reg climbed back onto the arena, Durla was standing not far away, quietly watching him. She was covered in blood, but her eyes were extraordinarily fierce. At that moment, Durla remembered what Derek had taught her that night. Imagine you are painting with a brush. Mana is the paint, and spells are the brush. Use the brush to gather the scattered paint and create a masterpiece. That is magic. Under the night sky, that white-haired mercenary boy had spoken those words. The girl gazed at the world with eyes full of stars, and the thought of painting it all blossomed in her mind. The starry sky that night, the mana flowing in the air, and the white-haired boy beside her. She wanted to paint it all. The moment she closed her eyes, the scenery of that night reappeared before Durla's eyes. Squeezing out every last drop of mana in her body, she imagined painting on a massive canvas with her fingertips. Before she knew it, the mana in the air began to answer her call. Mana swirled around her fingertips. Feeling the waves of coldness surrounding her, Durla's first masterpiece was about to be born. The moment she opened her eyes, she unleashed her very first one-star magic. An ice spear radiating bone-chilling cold appeared beside Durla. That was the one-star magic, ice spear. Seeing this, Delan was clearly startled. Honey, look, it's one-star magic. Durla used a one-star magic. The one-star magic, ice spear. Did you finally do it, Durla? The moment the ice spear materialized, no one around wanted to stop the duel anymore. And Reg vowed in his heart to offer his utmost respect to his sister. Without a shred of hesitation, Reg instantly conjured several magic arrows. Even though Durla was using a one-star magic, Reg believed the outcome wouldn't change. The instant the ice spear fully formed, Durla propelled it straight at Reg. Almost at the exact same time, Reg unleashed all the magic arrows around him. The two one-star spells collided in the middle of the arena, triggering an explosion. Smoke and dust once again engulfed the entire arena. At that very instant, Miliela's heart was filled with worry for her youngest daughter. As the dust gradually cleared, a defensive magic barrier appeared in the arena, signaling the end of the duel. Both Durla and Reg had given it their absolute all in this match. This duel, which would decide whether Derek stayed or left, was about to reveal its answer as the dust settled. This magic duel deciding Derek's fate finally revealed its outcome as the smoke cleared. And the one who had their defensive magic triggered was actually Durla. Even though she went all out and used every trick in the book, she still lost. Casting a one-star magic for the very first time, her exhaustion and depleted mana caused the ice spear to miss Reg completely. Seeing this scene play out, Derek didn't say a word. He just silently lowered his head. A moment later, devastated by her defeat, Durla started shedding large, heavy tears. Throughout the entire duel, whether it was Durla or Reg, Duke Duprian was incredibly satisfied with both of their performances. Honey, just look at this mess, such an utterly graceless battle. Can you even call that a magic duel? Duke Duprian didn't answer. He just silently watched Durla in the center of the arena. I can't watch this anymore. I can't believe that so-called magic teacher taught our Durla such things. I knew we shouldn't have let a commoner anywhere near our precious little girl. Raymond Oswald Duprian still remembered, having fought on the battlefield since he was young. And on his path to becoming a duke, Raymond had met far too many people. And almost all those nobles shared one thing in common. They all had bright, gleaming eyes. But not everyone was like that. When someone endures setbacks and failures from a young age, their eyes become hollow. He remembered how, after countless setbacks, That young girl who locked herself in the villa, staring at the wall with those hollow eyes. Duke Duprian had no way to help his daughter, so all he could do was indulge Durla as much as possible. He hoped time would heal the pain in the young girl's heart, hoping that one day the light would return to those eyes. He had always believed and waited for Durla to find her own path. For parents of a lost child, that is all they can do. In this duel where the whole world predicted her defeat, she fought tooth and nail for victory. In those eyes, streaming with tears of frustration, burned a blazing desire to win and a desperate hunger for recognition. Lady Durla, are you all right? You need to be treated immediately. But the young girl didn't answer. She just silently swatted away the maid's outstretched hand. After struggling to steady herself, Durla limped step by step toward Reg. Defiance still lingered in her red, swollen eyes. Reg looked down at the battered Durla, momentarily at a loss for words. This was supposed to be a mere ceremonial magic duel between nobles, yet it ended up like this. You fought hard, Durla. However, the girl didn't respond. She just silently bowed her head to Reg in acknowledgement, then stepped forward and walked right past him. After she passed Reg, the maid surrounded her again. Let me take you to the inner chambers. You need to receive treatment first. But Durla still didn't reply. She just kept her head stubbornly lowered and continued walking forward. Finally, she stepped down from the arena and stopped right in front of Derek. Derek didn't say a word. He just silently looked up at his student. Honestly, Durla knew full well, as a noble, she shouldn't shed tears in front of a commoner. But in that moment, all the grievances and frustrations came rushing into the young girl's heart. I lost. I'm sorry. 1,000 words swirled in the young girl's heart, but when they reached her lips, they turned into those few simple words. Derek, of course, knew that Durla had already done incredibly well to push it this far. It's fine. It doesn't matter even if you lost. Failure is a constant throughout life, but that is just life. Only by letting go of the wins and losses in front of you can you truly become stronger. Derek was usually a man of few words, so every single word he said carried immense weight for Durla. Hearing this, the emotional dam she had been desperately holding up finally burst, choking on her sobs. The young girl shed hot, scalding tears. Surrounded by maids frantic to treat her wounds, she just stood there sobbing uncontrollably. And right at that moment, Duchess Miliela descended from the stands. Durla, after coming down from the stands, Miliela trotted all the way over to Durla. Durla, my precious baby girl, look at what's happened to you. You must have suffered so much lately, mother. It's all right now. Everything is going to be all right. Now hurry and go get treated. Trust mother. Mother will take care of everything for you. And just like that, Miliela watched with tears in her eyes as Durla was led away by the maids. Then, her gaze shifted, locking onto the white-haired mercenary standing not far away. Making no effort to hide the burning rage in her heart, Miliela marched straight toward Derek. Derek quickly turned to look, only to be met with a furious Miliela. You despicable bastard, do you have any idea what you've done? Just because you taught her a one-star spell, you think you're such a big shot? Without a moment's hesitation, Miliela slapped Derek hard across the face. You arrogant little prick, how dare you teach those vulgar commoner tricks to our pure, precious daughter? As soon as Miliela finished speaking, she struck him with another slap. There is a world you lowly commoners will never understand. It's a world built on etiquette and grace, where strength is shown through proper magic duels, and true worth is guarded by authority. Darling, you saw it too, didn't you? That wasn't a magic duel at all. He actually taught our Durla such garbage. What happened next, however, was enough to leave everyone in the room utterly shocked. Miliela's head snapped to the side, only then realizing she had just been slapped. Do you not realize who is behaving the most disgracefully right now? What on earth are you saying? This guy is just a commoner. You're right, he is indeed a lowly commoner, but he is also our daughter's magic teacher. What kind of parents treat their daughter's teacher like this? Everyone has their own way of loving their child. I hope you can forgive her. Being treated this way by Duke Duprian caught even the usually calm Derek off guard. It's fine. Then there are some things we need to discuss privately. Please, follow me to the drawing room. Seeing this unfold, Even Miela stood frozen in disbelief. She couldn't believe Duke Duprien would slap her over a mere commoner. Once in the drawing room, Duke Duprien spared no praise for Derek. Durla has been trained exceptionally well. As the master of this house, I must give you the reward you deserve. It's the highest realm permitted for a commoner. Do you want to become a 3-star mage? Derek froze the moment he heard those words. Without a doubt, Duke Duprien had hit on exactly what Derek wanted most. More clearly than anyone else, he had figured out exactly what he needed to offer to keep Derek at the ducal estate. As a wandering mercenary, Derek naturally knew you had to seize an opportunity when it presented itself. Yes, I want it. Stepping back to a short while ago, you helped Durla master 1-star magic. You did an excellent job with that. But in Elburst high society, this level of achievement alone isn't enough. Within the Duprien family, there are plenty of people capable of guiding Lady Durla. Now that she has awakened her magic, she will definitely continue to grow. You're right, but what my daughter needs isn't a magic teacher, it's a magic mentor. My eyes don't deceive me. Even though you're a commoner, you harbor grand ambitions that you shouldn't even dare to dream of. You should know what a massive offense that is in the eyes of arrogant nobles. But given your accomplishments, I can turn a blind eye to it. Just as the Duke said, Derek's goal wasn't just 3 stars. He dreamt of reaching 4 stars and beyond. He saw right through all of this with just a glance. That was what made him so terrifying. Since you hold such aspirations, I imagine you won't stay with a noble family like ours for long. In fact, I've known for a while that you were getting ready to leave Elburst. You're correct. It's not that I don't understand your ambition and drive, but I still hope you'll continue teaching Durla for a little longer. So, to retain Derek, the Duke granted him free access to the Duprien family's 3-star magic books. It wasn't long before Derek arrived at the underground library where the magic books were kept. Among those volumes, Derek casually pulled one from the shelf. On the fragile, almost crumbling pages, the dense, intricate script consisted of entirely foreign phrasing. Without a doubt, these were genuine 3-star magic books. Keep in mind, even a 2-star magic book was something only the incredibly wealthy could possess. And the bookshelves here, are filled entirely with 3-star magic books. The library of one of the top 3 ducal families in the Western continent, really is something else. These books alone, are reason enough for Derek to stay here. But if Pelline, who hates nobles, finds out, it's going to be trouble. A few days passed like this. Durla's injuries had mostly healed. I'm a 1-star mage now. You can just use 1-star magic. That hardly makes you a 1-star mage. How could you say that? Shouldn't you be happy that your student has achieved this much? Of course I'm genuinely happy for you. Then again, it really wasn't easy. You seem to have recovered well. After our sparring session ended, you were crying so hard. I was not crying. There was just too much dust in there, and it got in my eyes. Besides, Father should have told me earlier. I thought you were going to be kicked out. Let's start the lesson. Then, since you've grown so quickly, you should be able to learn other 1-star magic easily. Hearing this, Durla leaned in with a bright smile. What did you just say? What's quick? I meant your growth rate. Being able to use 1-star magic so soon after awakening your mana, isn't very common. Didn't I tell you? I'm someone who keeps her word. So what are we learning next, Mana Arrow? Or Windblade? Brother Reg has used both of those, and they looked super awesome. But my ice spear is awesome too. If I practice a bit more, maybe I can actually hit Brother Reg. We are going to learn mana manifestation. Why? Aren't we supposed to learn 1-star magic? There are many reasons, but no matter what, the basics are the most important. To explain it in detail, it all comes down to mana. I get it. Let's just start then. Since you put it that way, I guess I have no choice, and here I thought I'd learn 1-star magic. Got my hopes up for nothing. As Durla grumbled, she peeked at Derek with her big eyes, only to find him staring right back at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? No, it's just strange to see you, actually listening and behaving. What kind of person do you take me for? Haven't I respected your opinions from the start? That's because the first time we met, you dumped dirty water on my head. Twice, actually. You still remember that? It was quite unforgettable. The weather is so nice today. Mana manifestation must be super fun. I can't wait to start practicing. Fun mana manifestation, huh? Seeing the girl's awkward change of subject, Derek could only sigh helplessly. And so, the lesson continued until evening. Durla was so exhausted she collapsed on the ground. Magic lessons will continue as usual, and I hear you'll be quite busy from now on. Seeing Derek approach, Durla quickly sat up. Oh, so you heard about it. I have to start taking general education classes next week. They say it's to prepare me for high society. Isn't that a good thing? Now that you've mastered one-star magic, you can finally take real noble classes. No, it's not. Basic noble etiquette, foreign languages, geography, history, botany, piano. I don't know why I have to learn all this stuff. How did Sister Ethelyn even survive all of this? That's why she's known as the Flower of Duprian, an essential figure in Elberst's high society. I just want to focus on learning magic. If you want to learn, then go learn. Since the Duke hired me, I've got plenty of time on my hands. Really? Do you really have that much time? At this point, is there anyone who can kick me out? How could there not be? Even though Father approved of you, Mother won't let this go so easily. What reason would the madam have to kick me out? Isn't it obvious? Learning from you would drag me further and further away from noble refinement. She's afraid I'll end up acting just like a mercenary. Just looking at this sparring session, it's a far cry from the elegance nobles strive for, isn't it? She might just find an excuse to kick you out. That's no big deal. Lady Durla, shutting the madam up is actually much easier than you'd think. We just need to make sure she can't find a reason. At the end of the day, doesn't the initiative lie entirely in your hands, Lady Durla? Early the next morning, Milyella paced anxiously around the ducal estate. It turned out that in her mind, Derek was nothing more than an absolutely vile mercenary. She spent every day imagining Derek teaching Durla the kind of dirty tricks only mercenaries would use. She even pictured the day Durla would walk into high society carrying a wild boar on her shoulder. The mere thought of Durla turning into another Derek gave Milyella an unending headache. She couldn't let her precious Durla turn out like that, not even if her husband had approved of Derek's presence. Milyella organized her thoughts as she walked toward the mansion's main doors, determined to find a way to solve this problem no matter what. However, when she opened the doors, she discovered that the daughter she had been so worried about was standing right in front of her mom. Durla, my precious daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Milyella immediately opened her arms, ready to embrace Durla as she rushed toward her. Though people would say this was improper behavior, how could Milyella ever reject her adorable daughter? To her surprise, however, her precious daughter didn't throw herself into her arms at all. Did you sleep soundly last night, mother? Durla didn't dive into her embrace like she usually did. Instead, she elegantly lifted the sides of her dress and bowed her head in a graceful curtsy. In that moment, Milyella could hardly believe her eyes. Due to my recuperation, I have been staying in the annex for quite some time. It is truly a regret that I couldn't come to greet you more often. I had hoped to have a long chat with you, but unfortunately, I have a piano lesson first thing this morning. Hearing this, Milyella instinctively adopted her noble poise. I see. Your etiquette classes have such a tight schedule. Please excuse me, Durla said, giving a slight bow of apology. Durla, hasn't your etiquette class not even started yet? Doesn't it start next week? Yes, Mother. Thank you for your concern. Mother, I am looking forward to it very much. At that moment, Milyella felt as though she saw Ethelyn's shadow in Durla. Such a drastic change made her stutter slightly as she spoke. All right then, off you go. Don't be late. Just as Durla was walking past a maid, the wooden board the maid was holding suddenly dropped to the floor. The board fell on the floor. Be careful not to get hurt. Don't push yourself too hard. At that instant, the maid looked as if she had just seen the most terrifying thing in her life. Why dash? Yes, yes. Lady Durla, beyond the northern walls of Elberst, lay the noble district where the aristocracy gathered. Lately, Ethelyn's face has been blooming with smiles again. You were frowning so much right up until our last gathering. It had me worried for so long. Was it really that obvious? I didn't mean to make you worry. But most of those troublesome matters have been resolved, so I feel a lot more relieved now. That's wonderful to hear. I heard that Lady Ethelyn often goes outside the noble district to help others. I was so incredibly worried. The one speaking was Alent, the second daughter of Count Belmilda. Thank you for caring about me, Lady Alent. Actually, it's my younger sister, Durla, who needs a magic teacher. I was a bit busy because I went to look for one myself. Hearing this, Elent couldn't help but be surprised. A magic teacher that Ethelyn would personally seek out. What an incredible person he must be. Are you talking about your younger sister, Lady Durla? The one who spoke up this time was Denise, the second daughter of the Beltis family. That's right. I saw Durla at the estate not long ago. She's like a completely different person now. She looks exactly like a refined lady. I heard she can even cast one-star magic now. Her grace and elegance made even me feel ashamed. It made me feel like I need to work twice as hard. Denise was a bit curious. Why would Ethelyn bring up her sister? After all, there had never been any news about Durla from the Duprian family before. Did you find an amazing magic teacher? Yes. Although his status isn't anything special, his teaching ability is truly outstanding. It was really worth going to the Belgian Mercenary Guild in person to recruit him last time. The moment they heard the word mercenary, both Denise and Elent were greatly shocked. Elent suddenly remembered that the current head chef of the Belmilda family was driven out of the Duprian family by Durla. Rumor has it the reason he was forced out was simply because he served a soup too hot. A complete menace like her has not only turned over a new leaf, but also transformed into a one-star mage. At that moment, Elent took a massive interest in this magic teacher that Ethelyn mentioned. Lady Ethelyn, could you tell me the name of that magic teacher? If he's Lady Durla's teacher, he'll definitely become even more famous in the future. I want to know his name ahead of time. I see. That teacher's name is Derek. Meanwhile, although Derek only knows a little bit about noble etiquette, he still taught me quite a lot. Relying solely on self-study is just too difficult. So you taught yourself noble etiquette? That's truly admirable. I did self-study a bit, but Derek taught me most of it. Did you run into any difficulties while teaching yourself? Most of it was very difficult. I was only able to get this far thanks to Derek. I see. After that conversation, Miliella's mind was now filled with the name Derek. She simply couldn't accept that her precious daughter couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning that commoner's name. Miliella didn't understand what Derek had done to her precious daughter. But she knew very well she couldn't just let this continue. She could even imagine what would happen next. Lady Durla has been very kind to the servants lately. She's become so gentle. Lady Durla seems to be in a really good mood these days. It's astonishing to see such a huge change. In just a few weeks, we only ever used to see this kind of behavior from Lady Ethelyn. You are becoming a true lady. Lady Durla finally has the bearing of a noble now. This is all thanks to Mr. Derek. Miliella swore she would change all of this. Time flew by. Derek was studying 3-star magic on his own. However, despite his immense talent, he encountered a significant obstacle during his studies this time. Between him and becoming a 3-star mage, there seemed to be only a mysterious, impalpable threshold left. It turns out these books are all magic summarized by the traditional faction, but as a mage of the wild faction, Derek needs to learn through combat instead. Just then, Reg's voice came from behind him. I'm really sorry. I hope I didn't interrupt your training. It's fine. Did you need something? It's about Durla. I have something I want to talk to you about. But anyway, is that a 3-star magic book in your hands? Yes, the Duke lent it to me. Hearing that it was given to Derek by his own father, Reg was clearly taken aback for a moment. Even though I can't reach that realm just yet, there's no harm in studying ahead of time. Reg suddenly thought to himself, when he had wanted to challenge Derek, his father had stopped him. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. You really are something. So, what brings you here regarding the young miss? Well, the thing is, how should I put this? Do you know what teenage girls like? Judging by Reg's demeanor, he must be trying to apologize to Durla. Something like embroidery, maybe? Or a doll made to look just like her. Do you think she'd like that? In that instant, Derek thought of the doll Valerian had made. That is absolutely out of the question. Derek vetoed Reg's suggestion with a deadpan expression. I figured as much. Besides, I never said I was going to make it myself. I thought about it, too, and it really isn't a good idea. It's about time to head back, if you're done with your training, that is. On the way back to the estate, Reg slowly calmed his emotions. Anyway, I really want to thank you. The atmosphere at home has been great lately. Brother Valerian is focused on handling the territory's affairs, and although father doesn't show it, he seems very satisfied. Is that so? His Grace's thoughts are truly hard to read. I'm sure everyone in this estate feels the same way. I suppose it's time I accepted the things I need to accept. People can change, especially for kids her age. Honestly, I'm not sure if I just didn't notice or if I've been deliberately avoiding it. But since Durla has changed, I want to try and change myself, too. It's all thanks to you. Derek, thank you so much. Hearing this, Derek simply lowered his head in silence. But setting that aside, Durla seems to use magic in a rather different way. Did you notice the difference? How should I explain it? It feels almost like she's painting. Derek suddenly realized that nobles are nobles after all. When it comes to mana perception, they possess an innate, insurmountable gap compared to commoners. You're exactly right. Lady Durla utilizes the Wild Factions method of mana application. The Wild Faction? I've heard a bit about it before. Perhaps once she reaches a certain level, even if I no longer teach her anything, she'll be able to continue studying on her own. And if she truly reaches that point, a teacher's intervention would actually hinder her growth. I see. Reaching a certain level, she'll step into the light eventually. Before they knew it, 2 months had passed since Durla's transformation. Why are there flowers here? I saw how beautifully they were blooming and wanted to pin one in your hair, so I brought them over. These flowers smell amazing. It feels like for the past few months, spring has been here all along. I can even use 1-star magic freely now, and I've gotten much closer to the servants. During all that time before, I missed out on so much. It's all thanks to Derek. I was wondering why you looked so happy today. Turns out it's magic class day. Do I look that happy? I have to pin this flower on you beautifully. Just save one of the leftover flowers for me. I want to give it to Derek. However, not long after, the flower meant for Derek fell heavily to the ground. The once expectant girl was struck by sudden, devastating news. Tears already welled up in her eyes. What do you mean, Derek? Standing next to Derek was Valerian, who was supposed to be handling territory affairs, exactly as you just heard. Given your current situation, my lady, I have absolutely nothing left to teach you. The changing of the seasons has always been this way. There is no eternal winter. Naturally, there is no eternal spring either. It's over. It's finally over. Durla's magic lessons are finally coming to an end. I'm sure your grace has already noticed, Lady Durla belongs to the Wild Faction, and she has quite a rich personal style. If I continue to intervene now, it will only clip her wings. I understand. Now, I have no reason to keep you in this estate. You're absolutely right. After a brief silence, the Duke finally stood up from his seat. Thanks to you, a lot of things have changed, and it's also thanks to you that my daughter was able to grow. I was so focused on managing the territory's affairs that I failed my duties as a father. Now, I can finally put my mind at ease. When do you plan on leaving? I heard Lady Ethelyn will be visiting the estate soon. Before returning to Elberst, I plan to leave in her carriage then. I see. You can return the library key now. Understood. They'll put the magic books I'm reading back in their places and return the key separately through the butler. There's no need for that trouble. Just hand the key over now. Derek quickly understood what the Duke meant. His eyes immediately shifted to the magic book at his waist. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. The Duke's implication was clear. The 3-star magic book at his waist was a gift for Derek. The two of them had an unspoken understanding not to point it out. After bowing to the Duke, Derek stepped out of the study. In the hallway outside the study, Durla had been waiting silently. You show up out of nowhere, and now you suddenly say you're leaving. Lady Durla, Derek had no idea how long Durla had been waiting there. What else can I do? I know you won't listen, but I'm going to say it anyway. Do you really have to go? Can't you just stay? Hearing Durla's desperate plea, Derek fell silent for a moment. He'll go back to being a mercenary like before, and he'll continue to study magic. As long as Lady Durla works hard to improve her strength, when you make your debut in high society, won't you also come to Elberst? We can just see each other again then. Once my magic level improves a bit more, I'll be able to teach you new things. You're so annoying, you always leave me speechless. That night, Durla had that nightmare for the first time in a long while. Those harsh voices that had disappeared when Derek arrived, and those malicious smiles, had now found their way back to her. Even though Durla was already a 1-star mage, and even though she now acted like a proper noble, she still felt as helpless as a child. Just like before Derek showed up, Durla was jolted awake by the nightmare once again. She sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Moonlight spilled into the dim room through the fluttering curtains. So it was just a dream. Durla gasped for air, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of the dream as quickly as possible. "My lady, are you all right?" Hearing the scream from just now, the maid immediately rushed in. "I heard a loud noise. Did something happen?" The moment she saw the maid, a sudden thought crossed Durla's mind. Derek was leaving because he had no reason to stay, but what if she went back to how she used to be and made a complete mess of things? Durla remembered it clearly. Derek had once told her that she held the initiative in her own hands. "My lady, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Seeing Durla in such a state, the maid looked terrified. At this moment, Durla was deeply conflicted. If she just threw a massive tantrum right now, it was highly likely that Derek would stay. Finally, Durla spoke. "It's fine, I'm okay." Because Durla suddenly realized, if she threw a tantrum now, it would just be negating everything Derek had ever done. Even if Derek chose to leave, Durla couldn't bring herself to make everything he had done completely worthless. Time flew by. The day of departure arrived quickly. "Should we drop you off at the entrance to Elburst or in the commercial district?" "The commercial district would be more convenient. Thank you for looking after me. Let's say our final goodbyes. We'll be leaving soon." Hearing Ethelyn's words, Derek couldn't help but look back. Unlike when he first arrived, the entire younger generation of the Duprian family had come to see Derek off this time. "Are you really leaving now? I have to go back to where I belong." Life at the estate must not have been easy, right? "Thank you for your hard work all this time. Be sure to contact me if you ever need anything. I'll help you out as long as it's within my power." "Thank you very much." After they nodded in acknowledgement, Derek bowed in return. When he looked up, his gaze fell on the only person in the crowd who hadn't spoken. Durla lifted her head slightly, staring back at Derek with a haughty expression. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? What? Did you think I'd be crying and begging you to stay? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not a child anymore. It has been an honor teaching you, Lady Durla. Even though you can't proudly claim me as your teacher in public, I hope you'll at least remember the magic I taught you. Sorry to disappoint, but I fully intend to proudly claim you as my teacher. Even if you want to keep a low profile, you probably won't have a choice. After all, you're the teacher of the amazing Lady Durla." Durla thought Derek would respond, but he just kept looking at her in silence. Because of this, Durla only ended up feeling even more heartbroken. "Don't go getting yourself hurt playing mercenary. It'll be fine. As for you, Lady Durla, please take good care of yourself. There's nothing to worry about with me. I'm an adult now. I can take care of myself." The moment he saw this, a memory from the past suddenly hit Derek. "I'm an adult now. I can take care of myself." When Katia left, Derek had said those exact words. Yet instead of looking relieved, Katia just bent down and hugged him tightly with a deeply worried expression. Back then, she had whispered a very short sentence into his ear, but Derek simply couldn't understand it at the time. Now, as the years had passed, he had taken on a disciple of his own. Watching his disciple puff out her chest and declare she was grown up, Derek finally understood. The girl was still too young. Her journey ahead was long. There were still many hardships to face in this world. On the journey of life, she would experience so much more confusion. Amidst the crashing waves of life, the silhouette of the little girl claiming to be all grown up seemed incredibly precarious. So, he was going to take the words his teacher had given him and pass them on exactly as they were to his own disciple. "Lady Durla, you don't need to grow up so fast." Hearing those words, Durla's eyes widened instantly. She quickly bit her lip. She tried her hardest to suppress her emotions. But perhaps she ultimately couldn't stop the tears from welling up. She simply kept her red, teary eyes wide open and blinked silently. Realizing there wasn't much time left, Durla finally stopped hiding her true feelings. "Derek, goodbye." The girl let the tears stream down from her eyes, waving goodbye to her tutor with a smile on her face. The girl would soon be heading to the high society of Elburst, so Derek was able to bid her farewell with a light heart. "They'll see you again in Elburst, milady." Not long after, the carriage slowly came to a halt in Elburst's commercial district. As Derek pushed open the tavern doors, a blonde girl was beating up a chubby kid. "Well, if it isn't Derek, you're finally back." Derek didn't answer. He simply offered a slight smile. He had finally returned to his hometown. With Durla's magic lessons concluded, Derek returned home once again. It might not compare to noble tea, but hey, race your favorite mead, since it's a welcome-back drink. This round is on me. Thanks. Were you always this polite? It feels like spending time with nobles has actually made you worse. How did a magic teacher like you get nobles to actually listen? What really happened? Tell me about it. It was just a job. There's nothing much to say. Why are you acting like a noble? What exactly went down? It won't kill you to share. Helene, give it a rest. I've been working my ass off. Just because this guy wasn't here, I had to finish all the missions by myself lately. But thanks to that, Derek must have made a killing, right? Did they pay up without a fuss? More than the money, I got something much more important. With that, Derek took out the magic book he received from the Duke and placed it in front of them. Is this a 2-star magic book? Those nobles actually gave you something this precious? It's not a 2-star book, it's 3-star. Did you steal this? If you get caught, your head is going to roll. So what if he stole it? This is a 3-star magic book. Derek, where did you score this? I'm gonna go steal one too. It's not stolen, the Duke gave it to me. Giving something like this to a commoner? Derek, did you learn how to brag like this just by rubbing elbows with nobles? It took Derek quite a while to convince them that the book was a gift from the Duke. Have we received any new commissions lately? You've been back for one day and you already want to work? It's better to start these subjugation missions early. Resting in a comfortable noble estate for too long has made me feel a bit sluggish. You don't need to worry about that. As you know, mages are always in high demand in our line of work. We never have a surplus. Then set something up for me as soon as possible, preferably a mission I can start tomorrow. The next morning, under the guild leader's arrangements, Derek and Pelline set out on a monster subjugation mission. During the time Derek was away, Pelline faced a lot of trouble taking on those missions alone as just an archer. But now that Derek was back, she no longer had to worry about a lack of firepower. However, to Pelline's surprise, the newly returned Derek was an absolute workaholic. In just a single day, the two of them completed several commissions. Because of the intense exhaustion from their recent work, Pelline fell asleep early every night. Meanwhile, Derek found a secluded corner as usual and continued to practice 3-star magic. After gaining recent combat experience, Derek's understanding of 3-star magic had improved significantly. Unlike the elusive feeling he had before, he had now truly touched the threshold of 3-star magic. However, it was this very threshold, so close yet so far, that caused Derek to fail time and time again. And unlike 2-star magic, the power of 3-star magic was vastly greater. Every time Derek failed to cast a spell, he suffered significant backlash. He had already mastered most 2-star spells by now, but the barrier to 3-star magic for a commoner was still a bit too high. Despite this, Derek continued to push himself. He knew very well that even the most talented person wouldn't achieve anything without putting in the necessary effort. And so, time quietly slipped away without him noticing. By the time Derek had mastered 2-star magic, the first snow of Elburst had quietly arrived. Man, it's freezing. Why the hell is it so cold today? It's good to be young. I can't believe you guys went to the Kent Mountains in this weather. Who knew it'd turn out like this? Let me warm up here for a bit before I leave. Going out of your way to take on a mission in this weather, you're probably the only one crazy enough to do it, the guild leader said, handing over 2 hot towels. The two immediately took them and wiped the blood off their faces. Thanks, I survived. You guys worked hard. Get some good rest tomorrow. I've actually got a commission right here that's perfect for Derek. A commission for me? It's an easy job that pays really well. It's just a little bit annoying. It's a request that got kicked over from the Roer Mercenary Guild on West Street, and the client is Count Belmilda's family. They're looking for a commoner to act as a magic sparring partner. In other words, they want a punching bag. All Derek has to do is go over there and take a few magic hits, and he'll get a hefty payout. However, Derek didn't know at the time, that the one who issued this request was an acquaintance of Etheline's, Elent. So, who is my sparring partner for today? To practice my attack magic today, I went out of my way to recruit a commoner as an opponent. What? You traveled all the way from the north to Elburst, just so I could use magic to bully some commoner. That's how practical combat training is supposed to be. We've promised the commoner ample compensation, so you can unleash your magic to your heart's content. No matter how you look at it, this so-called training is nothing more than beating up a commoner, and you still put on such a noble front. But this time, we recruited a commoner capable of using 1-star magic. He won't be completely defenseless, but am about to become a 2-star mage. There's a world of difference between 1-star and 2-star. Lady Alent, if you truly respect your opponent, please go all out. Isn't that the proper etiquette on the training ground? Shortly after, Alent, led by her teacher, met her sparring partner for this session. He's way too young. Are you my sparring partner for today? Hearing this, Derek stood up and bowed. Hello, my name is Derek. Derek. For some reason, Alent felt a sense of familiarity with the name Derek. Let's step onto the arena now. Looking at Derek's outfit, Alent felt like he didn't look like a mage at all. But unable to fend off her magic teacher's repeated urging, she had no choice but to step onto the arena with Derek. By the way, do you know the basic etiquette for magic sparring? I've heard a little, but I only know the most basic parts. Good. Resist as much as you can. I'll end this quickly. Truthfully, Alent didn't want to use magic to bully the weak, so she prepared to cast a shockwave, to knock Derek out of the arena as fast as possible. Let me ask you something. When you say resist as much as you can, to what extent do you want me to do that? Hearing this, Alent looked astonished. What kind of nonsense is that? How hard should I resist, to actually be of help to Lady Alent's magic training? Hearing Derek say this, Alent's magic teacher also shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Alent on the arena, let out a scoff. Are you saying that on purpose, just to humor me? Didn't I tell you, resist with all your might? Understood. I shall follow your orders. In an instant, magic power began blooming in Derek's hands. Derek's second stint as a magic tutor had finally begun, but this time, not as a teacher, but as a sparring partner. In Alent's eyes, even though Derek had reached the 1-star realm at such a young age, as a mere commoner, he was still way too arrogant. So Alent has to use this sparring match to show Derek the massive gap between commoners and nobles. She chose the 1-star magic, Shockwave. It's a common spell used when the power gap is so huge that a fight can be ended in an instant. But Derek's crimson eyes suddenly widened. Alent felt something was off, too. Shockwave has no visible form. You have to instantly sense the mana to predict its range. That doesn't just require strong mana detection. It also takes pure agility to actually dodge it. In that split second, Alent was momentarily dazed. She immediately raised her assessment of Derek. Lady Alent, it's time for your next attack. Alent couldn't help but feel a surge of annoyance. It seems this cocky brat actually has some skills to back it up. But that didn't mean the insurmountable gap between a commoner and a noble would just disappear. The second spell Alent cast was Ice Arrow. Unlike Durla, who had just learned magic, the ice arrows she conjured were clearly of a much higher caliber. Under Alent's control, dozens of ice arrows danced in the air as if they had a life of their own. Her plan was simple. Since Derek wanted to dodge, she'd just overwhelm him with sheer numbers so he had nowhere to run. However, to Alent's surprise, Derek casually tossed out a single mana arrow. But what happened next made even this noble lad's eyes go wide. The dozens of ice arrows she fired were all shattered by that single, unremarkable mana arrow. By the time Alent snapped back to reality, Derek's mana arrow was already planted right at her feet. She couldn't believe it. How could a commoner control mana to such an extreme degree? Even Alent's teacher could tell that Derek's magical prowess was exceptionally high. Even among commoners, his claim of being a veteran mercenary wasn't just hot air. After just 2 brief exchanges, Alent fully realized that Derek wasn't an opponent she could take lightly. Chanting an incantation unique to the Academy style, Alent created some distance and channeled another 1-star magic. This time, with a serious expression, she unleashed her specialty, fire magic. Derek realized that Alent had changed her tactics. She wasn't just targeting him anymore. She wanted to blow up the entire arena. From a noble's perspective, Alent's adaptability was incredibly strong. The moment her chant finished, Alent slowly raised her right hand. Unlike the dozens of ice arrows from before, The fire arrows she conjured this time, easily numbered in the hundreds. This was exactly why noble mages were always stronger than commoners. Just by relying on their vast mana reserves and raw firepower, they could easily crush commoners of the same level. Derek knew it too. There was absolutely no way he could dodge an area of effect spell this massive. Without a second thought, Derek instantly channeled his mana and put everything into defending against the incoming fire arrows. Good thing Derek was already a 2-star mage, or he really might not have survived that attack. On the other hand, despite burning through so much mana at once, Elent showed absolutely no signs of exhaustion. Once the barrage of fire arrows ended, Derek finally dropped the shield he had been maintaining. But right at that moment, he sensed a faint fluctuation of mana. Turns out her fire arrows were just a smokescreen. Her real attack was an ice lance she secretly conjured while his vision was blocked. With the distance between them now, Derek couldn't dodge it, nor did he have time to cast another shield. He had to admit, Lady Elent standing before him was a true genius. Without hesitating, Derek cranked the output of his 1-star light generation spell to the absolute max. And Elent clearly hadn't expected this move. A sudden, blinding burst of light instantly stole her vision. Under these conditions, she could only rely on her instincts to keep her balance. If this were any ordinary opponent, the match would have already been decided right here. Elent kept warning herself internally. As long as she stayed calm and listened to her surroundings, she could regain control of the battle's pace. However, even after using mana detection to dodge Derek's attack, she still couldn't hear a single thing. Elent immediately realized that Derek must have used a sensory disruption spell to block out sound. Fortunately, by this time, her vision had mostly returned. Relying on the faint flow of mana in the air, Elent dodged Derek's mana arrow once again. She simply couldn't believe that the boy in front of her possessed such terrifying combat experience. Elent even began to suspect that it wasn't her mana detection that allowed her to dodge Derek's previous attacks, but rather that the boy was holding back during this fight, pushing her to her absolute limit step by step. And the truth was exactly as Elent had predicted. Once she fully regained her vision, Derek simultaneously fired off 2 mana arrows. Faced with this kind of attack, Elent had no choice but to instantly cast a mana shield. Just as she was gathering more mana to counterattack, Derek suddenly closed the distance between them. However, this was actually exactly what Elent wanted, because quick casting was what she excelled at most. Elent reminded herself to act the moment mana appeared at Derek's fingertips, striking first with a spell to end this sparring match. To Elent's surprise, however, Derek showed absolutely no signs of casting a spell. Even when he finally planted his feet firmly, there wasn't even the slightest ripple of mana at his fingertips. At that moment, Elent was completely dumbfounded. Was her prediction wrong? But in the next second, bursts of electrical current unexpectedly appeared beneath Derek's feet. It was clearly the 1-star magic, lightning manifestation, but the focal point of Derek's spell wasn't his fingertips, it was his toes. Still, Elent was a genius with extreme adaptability after all, and she managed to release her mana in record time to block Derek's attack. If not for that freakish reaction speed, Elent probably would have lost right then and there. Even Elent's magic teacher couldn't help but secretly praise Derek. Although it looks like the wild faction, there's no way to figure out his techniques. Looking at it from the perspective of the Academy faction, it's even more incomprehensible. What an interesting kid. To be honest, I kind of looked down on you at first. Because back then, I thought you were just a guy who only knew how to brag. Elent said, as she slowly walked up to Derek. Even though their sparring match clearly wasn't over, Elent bowed to Derek. Thank you for teaching me something so interesting. A hint of mischief flashed in the girl's eyes. Is this how you do it? Having seen it just once, she successfully mimicked Derek and cast the spell. However, trying to defeat Derek using an unorthodox application of mana was not a wise move. Derek manipulated his mana, drawing in and redirecting every bolt of lightning Elent had released. Rashly imitating the wild faction's mana techniques with only a half-baked understanding will only allow the opponent to turn it against you. Completely unaware of this, Elent was shocked when she saw Derek's move. This method of using an opponent's mana to counterattack. It was her first time seeing such a thing. Watching Derek's figure draw closer, Elent already had a premonition that she wouldn't be able to handle the incoming attack. It's over. It's over. The sparring match between Derek and Elent was finally coming to an end. But at this critical moment, an abrupt bell rang from outside the arena. It turned out the 10-minute time limit for the spar was up. Therefore, the result of the match was declared a draw. And the instant he heard the bell, Derek held back the spell he was about to unleash. Good work today. As if the scene just now had never happened, Derek calmly bowed to Elent in greeting. But Elent knew very well in her heart that today's spar wasn't a draw. She had lost. After that, Elent's attitude toward Derek changed. Although she was still haughty, her words and actions clearly showed basic respect. You are a remarkable mage. You're the remarkable one. Lady Elent, you possess a combat adaptability I've never seen before. Looking at you, you seem to be very familiar with the world of nobility. I heard you were born a commoner, but with your level of skill, you must have put in a completely transformative amount of effort. Because I had to survive as a mercenary, so I had to do it, even if I didn't want to. There's no need to be so humble with your excuses. I actually really appreciate people who work hard. However, that old magic tutor behind me doesn't like you very much, so you'd better not provoke him. Thanks to you, I've learned a lot. In our next magic spar, maybe you'll be able to achieve a decent result. With Lady Elent's strength, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Those half-baked mages naturally aren't fit to be my opponents. The one I truly want to beat is. For a moment, that familiar figure appeared in Elent's mind again. Ethelyn Eleanor Duprien, the opponent she could never defeat, no matter how many times they clashed. Just thinking about her made Elent frown involuntarily. I ended up saying weird things without realizing it again. You should head back for now. If you need any help in the future, you can send someone to find the leader of the Beldrin mercenaries. Whenever Elent thought of Ethelyn, she would unconsciously turn cold. But what made her a bit curious was Derek of the Beldrin mercenaries. She felt like she had heard that name quite a few times before. At that moment, Elent suddenly remembered that during the last salon, Ethelyn had mentioned that the mercenary's name was Derek. As soon as she thought of this, Elent couldn't help but widen her eyes. Could the magic tutor who taught Durla one-star magic be the very Derek standing right in front of her? At this moment, Elent couldn't care less about noble elegance. She immediately rushed forward and grabbed Derek's hand. Derek was also a bit surprised. Why did Elent rush over in such a hurry? Is it really you, the mercenary who taught Durla magic? And just like that, Derek was forced to stay at Elent's mansion until evening. He'll just get straight to the point. As long as I can beat Lady Ethelyn, I'm willing to do anything. Is the person you're talking about Lady Ethelyn of the Duprien family? Yes, she hasn't reached the 3-star level yet. I want to advance to 2-star faster than she does. If I can't do that, I at least want to beat her in the next magic duel. Your competitive spirit is truly something else. Competitive spirit, it seems I hit it well. Maybe it's just a competitive spirit right now, but before this, just to beat Ethelyn, I was even willing to use dirty tricks. Hearing this, Derek fell silent. He knew he shouldn't interrupt at a time like this. Jealousy is something dirty and shameful. I used to be jealous of Ethelyn too. But the results weren't good. No matter how much I badmouthed her behind her back or tried to find her flaws, Ethelyn just understood and comforted me instead. After Elent fell silent, Derek finally spoke up. Why are you telling me all this? The reason I'm exposing my weaknesses is to show my sincerity. Of course, I also have a few questions for you. If you have questions, please go ahead and ask. Since you once stayed at the Duprien estate, you must know very well just how strong is Ethelyn really. Plus, after our sparring just now, you should know my strength too. That's why I'm asking you. What exactly do I have to do to beat Ethelyn? It was obvious that Elent had been living in Ethelyn's shadow. Hearing Elent's words, Derek also fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he gave his answer. Lady Ethelyn's strength has reached an astonishing level. However, Lady Elent, you also possess outstanding strength. So as long as you keep working hard to hone your skills, Lady Elent. Derek suddenly stopped mid-sentence. People say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and the young girl standing in front of Derek right now was clearly not asking this to hear flattering words. Elent's eyes were filled with earnestness and sincerity. That was why she bared her soul to a lowly mercenary. In this situation, There was no point in offering polite platitudes. After making eye contact with the girl, Derek spoke. You absolutely can't win. Under normal circumstances, getting this kind of answer would only elicit two reactions, so Derek kept a close eye on the girl in front of him. If she unreasonably took her anger out on him, then Derek would leave the mansion and never return. If she felt defeated by this, then Derek would temporarily stay to comfort her. However, the girl's reaction was, even so, I want to win. There wasn't even a flicker of defeat on Alent's face. Derek finally understood. It probably wasn't the first time she had heard that answer. Didn't you turn the infamous Durla, into a one-star mage? If it's you, you definitely have a way for me to beat Ethelyn, right? Well, it's not like there aren't methods we could try, but before that, there are two things I need to clear up. Hearing this, Alent reverted to her usual haughty demeanor. Now we can finally have a proper conversation. What is it? First, do you know what methods I used to teach Lady Durla? Derek wasn't an academy-style mage, and he didn't exactly have the typical demeanor of a tutor either. Rather than a magic teacher who patiently guides his students, Derek was more like a mercenary executing a mission. He wasn't one for gentle guidance, but instead used the most efficient means available to achieve his goal. I don't really know about the specific details, but you don't need to worry, he'll do whatever it takes to win. Then the second point, as you know, I am a mercenary. So what? Let them talk if they want to. Let them say the famous Lady Alent is actually learning magic from a mercenary. But Derek, I'm dead serious right now. I am determined to become someone renowned throughout the entire empire. If I can't even take first place in Elber's social circles, that would be absolutely absurd. So don't use such trivial excuses, to judge my sincerity, because I know very well, what's more important than my pride. As the girl spoke her inner ambitions, Derek remained incredibly calm. That's not what I meant. I meant that you need to pay a reasonable fee. There's no mercenary in the world who works for free. In that moment, it was as if someone had hit the pause button on Alent. After realizing she had misunderstood, the girl's cheeks flushed bright red. Oh, so that's what you meant. Of course, they'll pay whatever it takes. By the way, isn't it getting a bit hot in this room? Derek knew very well. Since the girl in front of him was sincere, he had to treat her with absolute sincerity in return. It was time to bring out the harshest methods. Derek's second magic tutoring session had finally begun. Only this time, he was going to help Alent defeat Ethelyn. The scene shifted to the Rosia Salon. This was where the noble ladies of Elberst gathered every time. A magic duel has been scheduled for the next gathering. I heard Lady Alent's magic skills have been improving a lot lately. I need to train hard and prepare too. Then I definitely have to attend the next gathering. The lower-ranking nobles from the borders, trying to curry favor with her, were flattering her enthusiastically. You're too modest, Lady Ethelyn. Alent's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Although Alent genuinely acknowledged Ethelyn from the bottom of her heart, whenever she looked at her, she still couldn't help but feel a subtle surge of jealousy and frustration. Actually, I was just talking about you, Lady Alent. I know. I heard your voice from a distance, Lady Ethelyn. Watching the two converse so pleasantly, the two lower-ranking nobles knew it was no longer appropriate to tag along. Do you even need to prepare, Lady Ethelyn? During this season's Salon Magic Duels, you haven't lost a single time, as expected of the flower of House Duprien. Thank you for the compliment, but since my opponent is Lady Alent, I can't afford to let my guard down. I actually hired a new magic teacher, so I'm feeling a little more confident. He's a commoner, but his resume is outstanding. That's why I went ahead with it, to have you personally push for this, Lady Alent. It seems you trust this new magic teacher quite a lot. To be precise, it's not my trust, but out of trust for you, Lady Ethelyn. Hearing this, Ethelyn looked completely baffled. That magic teacher's name, is Derek, the one you mentioned before, Lady Ethelyn. The moment she heard those words, Ethelyn was visibly stunned. Seeing Ethelyn react this way, Alent thought she was just getting jealous. I actually ended up getting the very thing she wanted. Congratulations, Lady Alent. You've met him in person, so you should know, he's a man of hidden depths and completely reliable. Congratulations on finding such an excellent magic tutor. Alent hadn't expected it. Ethelyn was actually congratulating her with a face full of joy. She thought Ethelyn would at least show a little frustration, but Ethelyn was sincerely congratulating her instead. But what Alent didn't know was, a flash of memory had suddenly flooded Ethelyn's mind. Durla, how about I also ask Mr. Derek to teach me magic? I feel like I've been improving too slowly lately. If it's Mr. Derek, I'm sure I'd be in good hands. There's absolutely no need for that, unless you absolutely have to. Definitely don't do it, because you're very precious to me, sister. Back then, Ethelyn thought Durla was just afraid of having her teacher stolen, but recalling the look on her face now, there was probably more to it than that. Seeing Ethelyn's expression, Alent started getting excited. Think about it carefully. What does it mean for me to take away that teacher named Derek? You should know very well, shouldn't you? However, Alent clearly misunderstood Ethelyn's expression, because what Ethelyn was actually worried about right now was Alent, who was about to be taught by Derek. Lady Alent, Mr. Derek is actually... Oh, it's already so late. I need to head back to the estate. It was really nice chatting with you, but today is my first lesson, so I have to hurry back and get ready. Looking at Alent's face full of anticipation, Ethelyn couldn't help but feel even more worried. But she could only comfort herself internally. She should be fine, right? Mr. Derek isn't that bad of a guy. Little did they know, their entire conversation was overheard by Denise standing nearby. I knew Lady Alent was extremely jealous, but I didn't expect that just to win one sparring match, she'd actually place her hopes on a street-born mercenary. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the tavern Derek was at, Beldrin's Tier. So that's how it is. For the foreseeable future, they'll be focusing on that commission, the Count Belmilda family, huh? Why does it feel like your jobs are getting bigger and bigger? It's a lot easier not having to travel all the way to the Count's estate, as long as it's properly handled within Elber's territory. You make it sound so easy, defeating Lady Ethelyn in a duel. Do you really think that's possible? It's not completely impossible, if Lady Alent can reach the 2-star stage. Even if her opponent is Lady Ethelyn, she could suppress her with sheer rank during the spar. Enough. I've heard enough of your unrealistic talk. So what's the actual practical plan? The other practical plan. I'm going to need your help, old man. Hearing this, the guild leader looked surprised, but it couldn't be denied. The guild leader's strength was absolutely unquestionable. And to be absolutely safe, it would be best if Pelling came along too. After Derek finished speaking, the guild leader already had a rough idea in mind. You're not thinking of a practical plan. You're planning a very dangerous stunt, aren't you? Reality is inherently dangerous anyway, isn't it? Derek was right. Reality was too dangerous. Those guys are all liars. They're all in it together. They scammed me out of all my money. There's nothing left. Not long after, Derek arrived at Alent's estate as promised. His first lesson was incredibly simple, just basic magical sparring. Repeat the fundamental stages 10 times. Then we'll move on to the finer details of magic. You want me to jump straight into 10 sparring matches. It's just practice sparring anyway. No need for formalities. Let's check your basic combat capabilities first. Just as expected from a mercenary, you speak so bluntly. Well, I didn't hire you to learn some dusty old history either. Whenever you're ready, Lady Alent, then let's get started right away. After 10 sparring matches, the training arena was already a complete mess. Unlike magic teachers who spent the entire class lecturing on theory, Derek's magic lessons consisted almost entirely of actual spellcasting and combat. Good work out there. Take a 10-minute break. After that, we'll review some basic magic. Only 10 minutes? But I'm completely out of mana. I don't care how you do it. If you squeeze yourself hard enough, you can force it out. I'm not asking for ordinary ice cubes. Focus and form 10 more ice spears. If you can't even manage that, what are you going to do? Just 5 more to go. Next up is 100 mana arrows. My mana is completely drained. No excuses, form 1 more. By the time the training was over, Alent had completely abandoned her noble elegance, lying flat on the arena floor and gasping for air. Good work today. You can have dinner now. Are you all right? If you feel it's too exhausting, giving up is always an option. The moment she heard the words giving up, Alent forced herself to sit back up. Is that all you've got? Seeing how you repeatedly made me promise to do whatever it takes, I was wondering what you were scheming. Turns out it's just a little physical torture. You wouldn't understand. To survive in the high society of Elberst, you have no idea what I've been through. This is absolutely nothing. I see. It seems I didn't think this through. It's just because I went to a social gathering today, so I'm a bit tired. I'll give it my all starting tomorrow. So, we should probably turn up the intensity tomorrow, shouldn't we? After all, at this level, it's not going to do anything at all. Did you say tomorrow? What do you mean by tomorrow, Lady Alent? The moment she heard that, Alent looked completely bewildered. You seem to have misunderstood me. What I said earlier was, you can have dinner now. To crack a joke like that, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. I never joke about my commissions. She's crying. She's crying. The second noble lady Derek tutored has been reduced to tears again. Once the training resumed, Alent started to believe in the afterlife, because she realized hell wasn't that far away. Lady Alent, you can still keep going. Form 5 more mana arrows. There's still mana left in your body, my lady. Just shoot 10 more arrows. Why do you keep adding more? If you can't run anymore, my lady, well, switch to mana awakening training. I'm running. I'm literally running right now. After going through this routine every day, Alent had no strength left in her body, though her mouth remained as stubborn as ever. Are you all right? Of course, this training is actually quite fun. If you feel like you can't handle it, giving up is always an option. Give up? Who's giving up? This is nothing. It's a piece of cake. Seeing how stubborn Alent was, Derek naturally didn't push the matter further. It looks like you've rested enough. Let's get back to sparring. But I literally just sat down. Time flew by. 2 weeks had passed since the hellish training with Derek began. Lady Denise, if Lady Ethelyn arrives, please wake me up. I understand. Thank you. I've been so busy with magic training lately, I barely have any energy left. I'm curious about something. Why go to such lengths? Hearing Denise's question, Alent suddenly fell silent. But soon, the light returned to her eyes. I want to win, because I want to win. Hearing her answer, even Denise looked a bit surprised. But she quickly went back to her usual self. Good luck, Lady Alent. They'll be rooting for you, too. Right at that moment, Denise noticed a crowd not far away. It was Ethelyn, and the lesser nobles trying to curry favor with her. Lady Ethelyn is here. Hearing this, Alent immediately braced herself. In truth, the 3 core ladies of the Rosea Salon had already reached a level where comparing them was pointless. They were all as outstanding as blooming flowers. But Alent, who had poured immense effort into her magic training, now looked visibly haggard. Even her earnest dedication failed to win anyone's acknowledgement. If a newly joined noble lady were to see her now, they would never recognize this red-haired girl as the renowned Alent. Are they gone? They're long gone. They probably didn't see me, right? Looking like a puddle of mud, probably not. Little did she know, Ethelyn had no interest in listening to the others. She kept glancing back at Alent in the distance. Ethelyn couldn't help but worry inwardly. Lady Alent looks like she's having a hard time. Is she really okay? The next morning, Alent's personal maid brought her some news. My lady, a gift from the Duprian family has arrived. The Duprians? It was an exquisite little wooden box, filled with magic supplies, fresh flowers, and a letter. It seems Lady Ethelyn sent it. These are all items that help with mana recovery. They're extremely high grade. They will be very helpful to you, my lady. Throw it away. Throw all of it away. Get it out of my sight. Yes, my lady, understood. Let's get ready. Is Derek here? Yes, he arrived before dawn and is preparing now. As for the letter, it was handwritten by Ethelyn, and considering Alent's feelings, she intentionally sent a gift to every lady in the salon. To the dear ladies of the Rosea Salon, winter is fast approaching. Soon, the pure white snow will fall. In this freezing winter, how is everyone doing? Our territory recently produced a surplus of high-quality goods. I wanted to share them with all of you, so I've sent these over. May you have a peaceful day today. Sincerely, Ethelyn. Meanwhile, Derek was reading that 3-star magic book in Alent's mansion. The moment he heard footsteps, he couldn't help but look up. You're here early, my lady. We're out of time. Skip the pleasantries. By the way, Derek, what do you think? You already know exactly how it is. After all, we've been training for weeks. Honestly, how does it look? Hearing Alent's words, Derek fell silent once again. Finally, he gave her the exact same answer. Giving up is also an option. The moment Derek said those words again, time seemed to stand still. Alent's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Why do you always have to throw cold water on me? If it sounded like that, then I apologize. You think that's what I'm asking? I'm asking, what do you think I have to do to beat Ethelyn? Did I hire you just to listen to this crap? I didn't hire you to hear some bullshit about giving up. Yet, Derek didn't answer. He just stood there in silence. If you're going to spout that nonsense again, then get the hell out of here. I'm not wasting my time. At this moment, Derek finally spoke, and if you can't win, what then? Being overly obsessed with winning, might actually hinder your growth. Sometimes, calmly accepting defeat. Before Derek could even finish his sentence, Alent burst into tears. Then wouldn't I be losing way too pathetically? Seeing Alent in this state, Derek tactfully kept his mouth shut. I told you, didn't I? I'm just a piece of trash being led by the nose by Ethelyn. The pillar of Belmilda, the flower of the Rosia salon. I'm nothing like that. I'm just a pathetic loser who can only jealously envy others. I admit it. I admit it all. I admit how immature and pathetic I am. Only at this very moment, did Alent finally bare her soul completely. I have no reason to hate Ethelyn at all. I know that perfectly well myself. But why, why won't this damn inferiority complex just go away? Why? Why won't it stop? On the day she brought Derek here, Alent had convinced him by seemingly exposing her weaknesses. But she was a seasoned veteran in high society circles. That was nothing but a superficial excuse. She hadn't truly revealed her real reason for wanting to beat Ethelyn. Therefore, Derek believed, that he couldn't help Alent while she was in such a state of denial. So he had been waiting for the real answer. Now, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place, and Derek finally understood, even though Alent always acted like a proud, arrogant rose, her words and actions always faintly betrayed a subtle self-loathing. The person she loathed the most wasn't Ethelyn, it was herself. This battle, wasn't sparked by simple jealousy. It was her only way to escape her self-hatred and inferiority complex, her only way out. I see. Then let's win. Hearing this, Alent froze in stunned silence. He'll help you. We'll help you beat Lady Ethelyn. The young girl's fiery red hair danced in the morning breeze. Her eyes shone brighter than ever before. Finally, Alent was finally facing her true self. While Derek was teaching Alent magic, her original magic teacher had temporarily left. Since nothing major was happening lately, Pelmel decided to go back and report on the situation. And the person he was reporting to, was naturally Alent's father, Count Belmilda. As a margrave managing the entire southwestern coastal border region, Count Belmilda's estate was incredibly luxurious. Pelmel, you're back from Elberst? I hope you've been well, your lordship. You've had a long journey. Go get some rest first. The man speaking was Alent's father, Tristan Anelt Belmilda. It's been quite a while since I've seen her, my precious daughter. Alent, how has she been doing in Elberst lately? Yes, she's been focusing even more on her magic training recently. I've never seen a young person as talented as my Alent. That child will definitely surpass me in the future. I certainly hope it goes as you wish. Pelmel didn't dare tell Tristan, that Alent was currently learning magic from a commoner. Speaking of which, Pelmel, I happen to be making a trip to Elberst soon. It wouldn't hurt to give my darling Alent a little surprise. What kind of gift do you think I should bring her? Lady Alent will definitely be overjoyed. Pelmel couldn't help but wonder nervously. What am I supposed to do when that happens? Meanwhile, on the other side, Alent had been brought to the labyrinth by Derek to begin her next phase of training. I was actually a bit hesitant, if it was really a good idea to bring a noble lady like her into a labyrinth. Derek must have his own plan. Do I really have to go into the labyrinth? This is the easiest labyrinth nearby. It should be fine, right? Even so, what can I even do in there? And just rushing in like this, is it really okay? You must hone your combat instincts through real battles. Just in case, my companions and I will be coming with you. Are you serious? There are only a few days left until the duel. With so little time left, this is the best way. Although Alent still wanted to argue, she ultimately just kept her mouth shut. As a pampered noble lady, Alent had never stepped foot inside a labyrinth even once. So even the most ordinary things were enough to make her extremely nervous. Please relax. Even though this is just a low-level labyrinth, you still need to stay focused. Alent had indeed said she would do whatever it took, but right now, she was definitely feeling some regret. And seeing her like this naturally annoyed Pelline, who deeply disliked nobles. Derek, there's a massive pack of goblins up ahead. I hear them too. There's a big guy in the back, too. Looks like an ogre. Alent was jumping at every shadow. Did you say an ogre? Taking down an ogre. You shouldn't have a problem with that, right? That depends on how much you're paying me. Let's settle the bill after the fight. You'll get plenty of money. Almost the instant Derek finished speaking, the goblins up ahead swarmed toward them. In that moment, Alent panicked completely. The monsters she had only read about in books were now standing right in front of her. Even though goblins were just low-level monsters, Alent had never seen a scene quite like this before. Having lived a sheltered life since childhood, she never had to come face-to-face with such ugly creatures. Rather than the physical threat they posed, the pressure Alent had to endure was overwhelmingly psychological. But to Derek and the others, this was just another day at the office. Cover me. Right after Derek said that, he charged into the goblin horde without a moment's hesitation. As his longtime partner, Helene immediately fired arrows to provide him with ranged support. The reason Derek brought Alent to the labyrinth was mainly for three purposes. All of Alent's previous battles had been mere sparring sessions, so she had absolutely no concept of real combat. Furthermore, in noble duels, there were always protective magic spells in place. They could never experience this kind of brutal, life-or-death battle. The final point was mentality. Derek needed Alent to overcome her fear. Although Ethelyn hadn't entered a labyrinth either, she had seen plenty of monsters while dealing with magical beasts in their territory. So when it came to these gory, blood-splattering battles, Ethelyn's mental fortitude was definitely stronger than Alent's. Moreover, as a seemingly insurmountable rival, Alent had to overcome her fear of Ethelyn. Only by remaining fearless no matter what happened during the duel would she have a sliver of a chance. Ultimately, all of this was meant to broaden Alent's horizons. All of Alent's previous duels were nothing more than a child's game of house. Once she had seen a much wider world, she naturally wouldn't be confined to that tiny arena. By then, even if Derek didn't prepare any tactics, Alent would be able to make the right judgments based on the situation, because she was a genius in her own right. Cute little guy, how old are you this year? Without a single moment of hesitation, the guild leader severed the ogre's arm with a single swing. Everything went exactly as Derek had predicted. This kind of battle delivered a massive shock to Alent. However, the key to this training still lay within Alent herself. She had to accept all of this and overcome it. Right now, Alent was terrified to her very core. She genuinely felt that she was going to die in a place like this. Miss, one's heading your way, snap out of it. It was just an ordinary goblin. Alent could have easily killed it with a single spell. But right now, she only had one thought in her mind: I'm going to die here. Lady Alent, you have to kill it right here. Derek's sudden words, completely snapped Alent out of it. She suddenly remembered, what she confessed to Derek early that morning. The person Alent hated was never Ethelyn. It was her own deeply insecure self. As she looked up at the charging goblin, Alent finally saw things clearly. That wasn't a goblin at all. It was her own arrogant and ugly self. The one who, out of sheer jealousy, had done such despicable things. At this moment, Alent finally remembered, why she was here in the first place. She was here to get stronger, to kill the monster right in front of her. Even though the goblin was as vicious as ever, Alent was no longer the same. Seeing this unfold, Derek finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because he knew, Alent would definitely finish off that goblin. And because he knew, the goal of this training, had already been achieved. To the guild leader and Helene, this was really just the most basic of goblins. So they couldn't understand, why the girl was overreacting so much. Strictly speaking, in terms of casting a spell, it was an incredibly simple task. Yet Alent's body was still trembling. Cold sweat kept dripping down her cheeks. Perhaps only she truly knew, just how incredibly difficult this was. To be exact, it was two people who knew, her and Derek. Judging by Derek's demeanor, he had purposely let that goblin through. Alent felt a wave of relief. She had just taken another step forward, more like she had finally taken her first real step. Derek's training had finally come to an end between Alent and Ethelyn, who would emerge victorious in the upcoming duel. Just a short while ago, Derek had received a letter from his teacher, Katia. It's been over 2 years since I left Elberst. I'm sorry for reaching out so late. I'm currently teaching magic to Count Elberst's daughter because she is so passionate about learning. I have so much to teach her. I've been incredibly busy. Although life is hard, it's also wonderfully free and joyful. Out of all the mages I've met in my life, Derek, you are the most talented mage I have ever seen. What level of strength have you reached by now? When the day comes for us to reunite, you absolutely must show me your magic. Yours truly, your teacher, Katia Flameheart. By the way, we've been out here for 2 whole weeks. You read that thing whenever you have free time, right? Can I finally ask what it is? It's nothing special, just a letter from my teacher. If they trained a mage like you, they must be an incredible magic teacher. Hearing Alent say this, Derek didn't show much of a reaction. She truly is a remarkable magic teacher. Seeing Derek like this, Alent lost interest in continuing the conversation. Earlier when? Never mind, it's nothing. Anyway, the magic duel is in 2 days. How are you feeling about it? I don't really get things like feelings. How should I put this? After a moment of thought, the girl gave her answer. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm definitely going to win this time. 2 days passed in a flash. The day of the magic duel had finally arrived. Just like always, Ethelyn was busy chatting with the lesser nobles around her. But right then, someone suddenly caught her attention. And that person was Derek, who had come to watch as Alent's magic tutor. I'm truly sorry. I have some personal matters to attend to. Please excuse me. After Ethelyn gave instructions to her servants, she walked over to Derek alone. Mr. Derek, it's a pleasure to see you. Long time no see, Lady Ethelyn. I heard that you've been tutoring Lady Alent in magic recently. You're well informed. I just happened to give her a few pointers. After Derek spoke, both fell into a brief silence. You're still the same as ever. By the way, you haven't been too harsh on her, have you? Durla once mentioned that you're no ordinary magic tutor, and Lady Alent has been looking incredibly exhausted lately, so I'm a bit worried. Worrying about your opponent? You seem quite confident. I'll give you a hint. No matter who your opponent is, please don't let your guard down. Though she didn't know why Derek said that, given Derek's current status, Ethelyn couldn't chat with him for too long. Who do you think will win this duel? Unless Lady Alent uses 2-star magic, Lady Ethelyn is guaranteed to win. But I feel so bad for Lady Alent. Her face has thinned out so much. Time flew by. It was finally time for the magic duel. Look, everyone, Lady Ethelyn is entering the arena. She looks as beautiful as ever today. Ethelyn bowed slightly, graciously acknowledging her supporters one by one. Almost at the exact same time, footsteps echoed from the other side. I will win. I'm going to win. This time, I will definitely win. Unlike Ethelyn, Alent's entrance was met with little cheering. No matter what happens, I will be the winner of this duel. Out of all these people, perhaps only Derek knew just how terrifying the current Alent was. How have you been lately, Lady Alent? Lady Ethelyn, I hope you've been well. Your unwavering composure has always been my inspiration. But Ethelyn's next words took Alent by surprise. In all of our previous duels, I've never been as nervous as I am today. Let's skip the pleasantries, shall we? Ready to begin? The moment Alent said that, Ethelyn's gaze shifted. Without any hesitation, Alent immediately unleashed her signature fire magic. Ethelyn reacted instantly, showing off her proud wind magic. Even though the battle hadn't started yet, everyone could feel it. This was absolutely no ordinary duel. Without a shred of hesitation, Alent began chanting the 1-star magic, Flame Arrow. And what happened next made even Ethelyn's eyes widen in shock. Although everyone knew that Alent possessed a massive amount of mana, seeing this dense swarm of flame arrows caught Ethelyn off guard. Compared to regular noble ladies, direct students, were on a completely different level, right down to their will to win. But Ethelyn didn't realize that this was all part of the strategy Derek prepared for Alent. If this is purely a contest of magical skill, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Then what should I do? How am I supposed to win? It's actually quite simple. In this duel, you're competing in willpower. The method of draining your mana to the absolute limit, You've already experienced it plenty of times in my classes. Isn't that just a sick hobby of yours? I don't have hobbies like that. If both sides fight until their mana is depleted, victory will no longer depend on skill, but on sheer willpower. Cast your magic as spectacularly and grandly as possible. You must drag the battle into a war of attrition at all costs. Once the war of attrition is over, the one who can squeeze out even a single drop more of mana, will be the victor. What if Ethelyn's total mana capacity is way larger than mine? The answer is simple, then you'll be the one to lose. But a person's total mana capacity is largely innate. Lady Alent, as someone with the Belmilda family's bloodline, your talent in this area is second to none. Aside from what I just mentioned, all you need to do in this duel is believe in yourself. If Ethelyn had seen Durla and Reg's duel back then, she would definitely recognize the look in Alent's eyes right now. Direct's disciples carry a blazing fire in their hearts, yet their eyes hold an icy chill. What that master teaches his students, aside from a burning desire for victory, is a cold, rational perspective on winning and losing. When facing that borderline obsessive determination for the first time, anyone would involuntarily take a step back. But unfortunately, the enemy standing before Alent is Ethelyn Eleanor Duprian. After only a brief moment of shock, Ethelyn quickly reacted. In that instant, the exact same thought crossed both their minds. The one who will win this duel will definitely be me. It's updated. It's updated. This week, There Are No Bad Ladies in the World released 2 chapters back-to-back. The outcome of Alent and Ethelyn's duel will finally be revealed. This is the ultimate clash of ice and fire. Will Alent, with Direct's help, come out on top? Or will the naturally gifted Ethelyn win the duel? After Alent fired off a barrage of flame arrows, Ethelyn immediately summoned a magic shield to block them. This is actually Lady Alent's magic. Her mana reserves seem even more massive now. But everyone knows, magic of this level alone isn't enough to defeat Ethelyn. Although her firepower is extremely intense, it's just recklessly pouring out mana. Fighting like this, her mana will be completely drained in no time. As the entire arena was engulfed in smoke, Ethelyn kept a close eye on the surrounding mana fluctuations. Just as she expected, everything just now was a smokescreen created by Alent. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethelyn immediately launched an ice arrow. Now it was her turn to strike back. After locking onto Alent's position, Ethelyn fired an ice lance without hesitation. But looking at Alent, she seemed completely unaware of Ethelyn's magic. It turned out that the running figure was actually just an illusion magic cast by Alent. The moment she realized this, a doubt crept into Ethelyn's mind. Creating an illusion that continuously runs would consume a massive amount of mana. The reason Alent would use this magic knowing that there could only be one. Realizing this, Ethelyn whipped her head around. It turned out that Alent's real attack was actually the ice magic that Ethelyn excelled in. But at this moment, Direct's words echoed in Alent's mind. That won't work. First, disrupting the battlefield with fire magic, then using illusion magic to draw attention, and finally finishing the duel with ice magic. That approach won't work. Even highly skilled experts show openings, but your opponent is Ethelyn. She's not just some ordinary expert. However, Alent didn't listen to Direct's advice because she wanted to win her own way. And even against Ethelyn, she didn't believe anyone could react at this distance. Things played out exactly as Alent predicted. Ethelyn had absolutely no time to cast a defensive spell. So, Ethelyn opted for a spell that required no incantation, the 1-star magic Shockwave. Back when Alent had her first duel with Derek, she also tried to use this spell to end the fight quickly. But due to the lack of time, Ethelyn couldn't aim the Shockwave at Alent. Instead, she jumped right as she cast it, using its force to push herself back a short distance. It was exactly this short distance that caused an unavoidable attack to miss completely. Almost the instant she dodged the attack, Ethelyn regained her balance. That first clash just now actually gave Alent a massive shock, because she never imagined that shockwave could be used like that. And Ethelyn was equally shocked, because she was a hair's breadth away from losing this duel. She couldn't help but think of Direct's earlier warning, no matter who the opponent is, never let your guard down. Now, Ethelyn finally understood what Derek meant Whether it was her method of using magic or her proficiency, Alent had undergone a massive transformation. More importantly, Derek was already a master of illusion magic, which clearly influenced Alent's strategy as well. Taking this into consideration, Ethelyn had to change her usual tactics, too. Though she disliked suppressing her opponents with sheer firepower, that didn't mean she couldn't. Ethelyn hated releasing grand magic just to show off, but in the end, she carried the blood of the Duprian family. If she couldn't counter and suppress her opponent's strike for strike like wielding a sword, then her only choice was to rain down a barrage. Oh my god, are those all ice spears? To summon that many without even chanting. Everything was playing out exactly as Derek had predicted. The battle between them had turned into a war of mana attrition. However, seeing ice spears on such a massive scale completely confirmed the theory Derek had in mind. Looking at the rain of ice spears, there wasn't a hint of panic in Alent's eyes. But when it came to the ice magic she excelled in, Ethelyn possessed extraordinary confidence. However, she failed to notice that Alent was secretly twitching her fingers behind her back. Right at that moment, a flaming arrow suddenly shot out from the sun. Even though you've made huge progress, there's no way you can block all my ice spears. Yet, the moment all the ice spears took shape, Alent suddenly made her move. Derek would always strike preemptively to neutralize magic, before his opponent could even set the direction of their mana. Although such delicate mana manipulation couldn't be mimicked after seeing it just once, while wandering through the labyrinth with him, Alent had already witnessed it hundreds of times. Mana has a direction. As long as you read your opponent's intentions, you can see the path their magic will take. The casual advice the young man used to throw around was now starting to show its true value in actual combat. Before the ice spears could lock onto Alent, that hidden fire arrow precisely destroyed all of Ethelyn's ice spears. Releasing magic usually creates mana fluctuations, yet Ethelyn hadn't sensed the slightest trace of mana. So there was only one explanation. This fire arrow was created during the very first wave of attacks. Since then, Alent had kept it hidden in the glare of the sun, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Though the fire arrow couldn't go on to hit Ethelyn, it still fulfilled its purpose of draining her mana. But it was obvious that controlling this fire arrow also took a massive toll on Alent. At this moment, Ethelyn started to panic slightly, because she could never have imagined what kind of tricks Alent would pull out against her. What on earth is going on? They're actually fighting on equal footing. Alent suddenly couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, because she was actually suppressing Ethelyn. Without a doubt, with the sparring match reaching this point, Ethelyn had completely lost. Whether in tactics or mana control, Ethelyn had lost to Alent. But right at this moment, Ethelyn suddenly took a deep breath. It wasn't that Ethelyn couldn't win, she just needed to add one prerequisite to this match. Seeing this, Derek grew uncharacteristically serious. This sparring match was finally about to begin. The young lady of the Duprian family standing across the arena didn't make any grand gestures, nor did she show any emotional expressions. Just by releasing the mana within her body, she made Alent feel immense pressure. Like an adult using sheer arm strength to overpower a child doing fancy tricks, the girl suppressed Alent with nothing but her pure mana capacity. Seeing this terrifying amount of mana, a suspicion began to form in Alent's mind. Just as she was gathering her mana to fight back, she suddenly realized she couldn't feel the surrounding mana at all. Little did Alent know, everything happening right now was all part of Derek's plan. This was a phenomenon known as mana realignment, when a mage exerts mana far beyond their limits. Mana over a large area rearranges itself. At that time, other mages within range might lose their ability to sense mana, which meant Ethelyn had now surpassed her own limits. Alent had actually fantasized about a way to defeat Ethelyn before, and that was to become a 2-star mage. But the problem now was, she failed to advance to 2-star, but Ethelyn has already become a 2-star mage. In the face of the 2-star magic, Fireball, all of Alent's tactics and skills will amount to nothing. It's updated. It's updated. The latest chapter of There Are No Bad Ladies is here. How will Alent, a 1-star mage, ever manage to defeat the 2-star mage, Ethelyn? Alent could never forget how she would lie exhausted on the ground after every training session. Whenever that happened, Derek would hand her a water skin and let her get some good rest. And Alent would always ask the same question again. Will I win? It's only been a few weeks of training. Can I really beat Ethelyn? After that confession, Derek always gave the exact same answer. You'll win. No matter what happens, you are going to win. What in the world is this? Is that the 2-star magic fireball? The moment Ethelyn unleashed a 2-star spell, Alent completely panicked. Because in her original battle plan, she never anticipated her opponent being a 2-star mage. Alent quickly looked over at Derek outside the arena, hoping to get a shred of help from him. But Derek's face was completely expressionless. It was as if everything was going exactly as he predicted. But the more Derek acted like this, the more despair Alent felt. Because the opponent she had prepared for was the 1-star mage Ethelyn, not an Ethelyn who could use 2-star magic. Alent had only made it through that grueling period by holding on to Derek's promise that she would win. But now, today, Alent couldn't help but doubt those words again. In the face of this overwhelming gap in strength, what kind of technique could even matter anymore? Someone like me is destined never to beat Ethelyn. The moment the fireball descended, this thought crossed Alent's mind. And right at that moment, the crowd in the stands couldn't hold back their gasps of shock. It turned out that Alent had actually copied Ethelyn's technique to dodge out of the fireball's attack range. With this, it was Ethelyn's turn to be surprised. However, Alent managing to dodge that strike actually involved a fair bit of luck. Because Ethelyn had, after all, only just advanced to a 2-star mage, her proficiency with 2-star magic wasn't very high. Whether it was accuracy or control, it was vastly different from her 1-star magic. And from Ethelyn's appearance, it wasn't hard to tell that using 2-star magic drained her immensely. So even facing such a massive gap in strength, Alent could still faintly sense a glimmer of a chance to win. Furthermore, Alent using her own technique just now had deeply shocked Ethelyn. Actually, the entire flow of this duel had been within Derek's calculations from the very beginning. He knew from the start that Ethelyn was only one step away from becoming a 2-star mage. But for a mage who had just stepped into the 2-star realm, 2-star magic was nothing but a bottomless pit that devoured mana. On top of that, Derek's calculations had even factored in Ethelyn's straightforward nature. Once she acknowledged her opponent, the straightforward Ethelyn would definitely go all out. She would reveal all her trump cards and decide the match with absolute sincerity. Because giving it your all in a spar is both a sign of respect for the opponent and a form of etiquette. But the problem was, by doing so, a disparity in their mana control efficiency naturally emerged. Perseverance is victory. There was no need to face the opponent's righteous stance head-on. So what if she took advantage of her opponent's honest character? Under the banner of respecting her opponent, Ethelyn forced herself to use 2-star magic she hadn't fully mastered and would soon reveal a flaw. Even if both sides completely exhausted their mana and the situation devolved into a test of sheer willpower, Alent would undoubtedly still have the advantage. The mental fortitude Alent had forged by gritting her teeth under Derek's harsh training was on a completely different level from some greenhouse flower. Could that magic tutor, who hasn't even had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, have actually predicted this entire situation? That's just too ridiculous. Ethelyn actually used Fireball again. And this time, its speed was clearly much faster than before. Alent didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately started running across the arena stage. Because she knew very well that whether casting or controlling 2-star magic, it would take a massive toll on Ethelyn. And if she wanted to win this sparring match, all she had to do was focus entirely on dodging Ethelyn's unpolished magic. But just blindly dodging wasn't the kind of victory Alent wanted. As the daughter of the Belmilda family, she also wanted a fair and square victory. So, using the brief window after dodging the fireball, Alent once again used the sun to mask her movements. Under these circumstances, even if Ethelyn could sense the mana fluctuations, she wouldn't be able to react in time. The midday sun shone upon the girl's fiery red hair. The nightmare that had haunted her would now be torn apart by her own hands. But Alent didn't take any reckless risks. She wanted a guaranteed win. Even if this ice lance didn't instantly defeat Ethelyn, forcing her to use a defensive spell would be enough. Because the outcome was already set in stone, The only one winning this match would be her. Just as Alent predicted, Ethelin's mana wasn't completely depleted yet. A second before the ice lance struck, Ethelin conjured an ice wall to block the attack. It wasn't a formal defensive spell, but a raw burst of mana, which meant Ethelin was running on fumes. There was still plenty of time left in the match. Alent could easily continue to control the situation. On the other hand, Ethelin had never undergone such grueling training, nor had she ever been forced to push her magic this far. In Direct's eyes, this sparring match was already over. Alent had taken the object of her lifelong envy and pushed Ethelin completely into a corner. Though Alent's own mana was also running low, she had more than enough to handle the rest of the fight. But right at that moment, the unexpected happened. With her mana practically completely drained, Ethelin unleashed one last fireball. However, after casting it, she barely had the strength left to stand. But unfortunately, the final fireball that Ethelin gave her all to cast had missed its mark. Yet, the thrill of triumph over her rival, that Alent should have felt, vanished completely in that instant. If they kept grinding it out like this, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in Alent's favor. In fact, at one point, Alent had even rehearsed what she would say after winning. "Lady Ethelin, though your magic is impressive, you lack the seasoned experience to allocate your mana efficiently." Then, Alent could proudly announce her victory and walk away with a smile. This was the win she had always dreamed of. But the moment those eyes locked onto Alent, she felt as if a dagger had pierced her heart. "I lose." She forfeits? She forfeits. Alent actually surrendered right on the verge of victory. As the sparring match neared its end, Alent suddenly recalled her past with Ethelin. It was safe to say that, in Elberst, there was no noble lady more distinguished than Ethelin Duprien. But wherever there is light, there must be shadows. There was one such noble lady, who had always lived in Ethelin's shadow. She's just another spoiled noble girl, isn't she? If someone were gossiping behind her back like that, how much better could she really be? Turn around. Let me see just how flustered and enraged you can get. Yet, when Ethelin turned her head, Alent was completely stunned. Ethelin was like a gemstone. The more she was cut and polished, the more brilliantly she shined. And Alent was completely swallowed by Ethelin's radiant light. At that moment, the seed of inferiority in Alent's heart truly took root. She plummeted into an endless abyss of self-doubt. But even from within that abyss, Alent continued to silently gather her strength. One day, she would become someone better than Ethelin. Alent wanted to use this method to prove herself. She firmly believed that, one day, she would break free from this bottomless abyss of emptiness. That noble and beautiful Ethelin was now disheveled, covered in dirt, and completely miserable. Even in front of all these people, she was pathetically rolling on the ground, suffering immense humiliation. But why? Why can she still make that face? So to her, there was never any pride or dignity she had to desperately maintain. She just gives it her all and does what needs to be done in the moment. For a moment, all the spectators were cheering for Ethelin. It was as if Alent was the ultimate villain. Alent gathered her magic once more. If she just unleashed one final spell now, the victory would be hers. But Alent looked toward where Derek was. She hesitated. Alent had asked Derek countless times, "Will I win?" Now she already knew the answer, no? Up until this very moment, Alent finally understood everything. She thought she had completely figured out all of Derek's intentions, but that thought itself was a kind of arrogance. Alent had been fighting a battle. She could never win. Even if she defeated Ethelin right now, she wouldn't be able to escape the abyss of her inferiority complex. "I lost. My magic is completely drained." Alent slowly opened her hands, gracefully accepting her defeat. However, her opponent, Ethelin, had a look of absolute disbelief on her face. "With my current strength, I guess I still can't defeat Lady Ethelin after all. It's my loss. That was a truly wonderful duel." The moment Alent finished speaking, the crowd completely erupted. Amidst the deafening cheers, Alent slowly closed her eyes and opened them again, then let out an elegant smile. But Ethelin knew very well that Alent was absolutely capable of beating her just now. After the sparring session ended, everyone crowded around Ethelin to discuss two-star magic. Right there in the surging crowd, The sight of Alent adjusting her dress in the corner of the arena caught her eye. Ethelyn wanted to call out to Alent, but Alent had already stepped down from the arena. Meanwhile, Derek was already waiting for Alent in a secluded corner. You saw the duel just now, right? Yes. Bet that surprised you. I'm the type to admit defeat when it's time, but you should have seen the look on Ethelyn's face. I was too far away to see clearly. What kind of look was it? How should I put it? Her eyes were practically bugging out, as if asking me why I would forfeit at a time like that. I didn't expect the always calm Lady Ethelyn to make a face like that. Thanks to you, I got to see such an amusing sight and feel this sense of superiority in front of her. Today truly is the best day ever. How did I do? The ending left a bit to be desired, but overall, it wasn't too bad, right? Looks like I'm improving pretty fast. Don't go nitpicking at a time like this, got it? Even as the young girl said this, her tears couldn't stop falling. Derek, however, had no reaction whatsoever. He simply stood there quietly, looking at the nearby flowers. It wasn't until a tear dropped onto her hand that the girl suddenly realized. I'm not a kid anymore, so why am I acting like this? At that moment, Derek spoke up. Your performance was flawless. You've worked hard. Derek didn't make a point to look at the crying girl. He just stood by silently. Actually, I really did want to win. But right as it was all about to end, I suddenly saw things clearly. Even if I won out there, I still wouldn't have changed at all. In the end, I'd still have to return to that filthy, disgusting swamp. Turns out I was just born as this pathetic kind of person. Even in such a sorry state, Ethelyn still looked so noble and flawless. When it comes to having an inferiority complex, I far exceed Ethelyn in that regard. How much better could I ever be? Derek didn't refute Alent's point. So what if it looks a bit embarrassing and pathetic? Isn't that how everyone lives? Without any words of comfort, Derek just stayed silently by Alent's side. If you don't even have the courage to embrace the embarrassment, you will never truly transform. Right or wrong, good or bad. Even if you make these judgments, what does it change? To be honest, in this life, you really don't need other people's advice, at least for today. Alent didn't completely sink into despair. And not far away, Denise was silently watching Derek. She had always considered socializing a burden before, but now, she had to do something. When she approached Ethelyn, the other noble ladies had just finished saying their goodbyes. Lady Ethelyn, you've achieved yet another stunning transformation and triumph. Watching that duel just now, I was trembling in absolute awe every single second. Facing Denise, Ethelyn didn't plan to hide it either. Did you know, Lady Denise? I actually lost that sparring match just now. Ethelyn wasn't just aware of Denise's sharp eyes. She also somewhat understood her inner lack of motivation. So she would occasionally skip the polite pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. But when it comes to magical mastery, the fact remains that you're still far superior, Lady Ethelyn. At least, that's what I think. But magic mastery aside, Ethelyn was almost completely crushed by Alent during that match. To be able to make such immense progress in such a short amount of time. In Ethelyn's mind, the figure of that white-haired young mercenary couldn't help but surface. Noticing a certain absolute conviction gathering in her eyes, Denise could only take a sharp breath deep in her heart. After Denise left, Ethelyn immediately called for her maid. Daisy, I need to prepare a letter to send back to the main estate. Mr. Derek, I need Mr. Derek. The latest chapter of There Are No Bad Ladies is here. The three noble ladies are pulling out all the stops to fight over Derek. But not long before this, a piece of news reached Duke Duprian. Deliastolftel, what brings that 6-star-old man to Elberst? Although I don't know the reason, the schedule for this tariff agreement was suddenly moved up. I'm afraid they're also aware of Sir Deliast's movements. I was wondering why Belmilda insisted on coming to Elberst. It seems this really is connected to Deliast. If it's the man standing at the absolute pinnacle of detection magic, someone who possesses the ability to foresee the future, he must have his reasons for doing this. There's one more thing. Ethelyn sent a letter. She mentioned in her letter that she'd like to hire a magic tutor. If we can help her, isn't that a given? But she specifically requested Derek in the letter. The problem is, Derek is currently still teaching Count Belmilda's daughter, Lady Alent. So I plan to send the butler over to discuss this matter with Derek in detail. Valerian, I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. Since Delius' destination is also Elburst, then I will go handle Derek's matter in person. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Alent's estate. Derek, I'd like to take a break for a while. Hearing Alent say this, Derek slowly looked up as well. Whether it's my studies or anything else, I want to put it all aside for now and take some time to clear my mind. You're still working at the Belgian Mercenary Guild, right? Yes. Right at this moment, Derek suddenly felt Alent gently nudging him with her toes. Seeing Alent leaning forward more and more, Derek couldn't help but sit up straight. If I call for you next time, will you still come to teach me magic? Hearing her words, Derek's tense nerves finally relaxed. Of course I will, though I don't know what else I can teach you, Lady Alent. You're being too modest. That's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Anyway, winter is almost over. It's been a really long winter, right? Time flew by. By the time Derek got back, it was already night. When he opened the door, Helene was gambling with their latest reward again. Derek is back. Hearing this, the guild leader perked up. I'm back. Thanks for your hard work on this mission, everyone. Time flew by. Count Belmilda had already arrived in Elburst. Unsurprisingly, he was the first of the 3 great families to arrive in Elburst. Meanwhile, Alent had no idea her father was already here. When she heard a knock on the door, Alent deliberately covered her ears with a pillow. My lady, I really think you should open the door and take a look. I explicitly said I wanted to rest for a few days. Why are you here so early? Did you forget? I said I'm taking a break starting today. It's been quite a while, my treasure, my darling daughter, Alent. But in the very next second, Alent slammed the door shut. She simply couldn't believe it. Why was her father standing outside? Father, what are you doing here? I'll change my clothes and be right out. Please wait a moment. My precious. Before Count Belmilda could even finish, Alent shut the door on him again. So that's how it is, Lady Ethelyn of the Duprian family. She is indeed a formidable opponent. But I've also learned a lot. If that mercenary is such an excellent teacher, it seems we should keep him in Belmilda. It'd be better to make him your exclusive tutor. Hearing her father say this, Alent was stunned. But the vassals will object, won't they? You don't need to worry about that. For you, is there anything I wouldn't do? Just go ahead and do whatever you want boldly. Leave the rest to your father. Meanwhile, while Alent was resting, Derek returned to the labyrinth. It turned out Derek realized his magic had stagnated during his time teaching. Derek, watch your back. With Helene's warning, Derek snapped out of his thoughts. But just as he was preparing to cast a spell, the unexpected happened. His magic, which had been stuck at a bottleneck, suddenly showed signs of a breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Derek immediately followed that feeling and unleashed his magic. The 3-star spell he had practiced countless times, Firewall, was finally cast perfectly. The only problem was, the distance was way too close. Derek, seeing the scene unfold, Helene couldn't believe her eyes. What did you say? Derek almost died in a low-level labyrinth like that. Don't even mention it. Are all mages like this? He was just fighting goblins, yet he actually used a 3-star spell. Halfway through, I felt a strange sense of dissonance. It felt just like when I first reached 2-star. Just then, a voice suddenly chimed in. There's no need to fret over failing to break through that barrier. There's no need to force a breakthrough. Never forget, the wild faction is all about letting nature take its course. As the man spoke, he slowly walked into the tavern. Then again, a mage like you would never listen to advice like that. Derek couldn't sense any mana from this man at all. That meant there was only one possibility, the strongest 6-star detection mage. Bring out your best liquor if you have any. I'm a bit tired from the long journey. The old man was none other than Delius, one of the 4 6-star mages. Meanwhile, at the Duprian estate, ever since Derek left, Durla had been training her magic nonstop. Because only by doing so could she head to Elburst as soon as possible to see her teacher. The young girl could now cast 1-star magic at will. But to go to Elburst, just knowing 1-star magic was far from enough. Durla channeled all the mana in her body and summoned 3 more ice arrows. But she had only recently become a 1-star mage, after all, so she couldn't control that much magic at once. Just like usual, the ice arrows shattered before they could even form. After the magic failed, Durla slumped to the ground on her knees. Why is it still not working? I thought you'd matured. But your temper is exactly the same. How long have you been watching? But you still managed to make 5, didn't you? Guess it's all thanks to that great teacher of yours. I'm just naturally talented. What does that self-centered Derek have to do with it? Well, I heard Ethelyn wants to hire that self-centered guy as her magic tutor. No way. What if my sister gets tortured by him like I did? Stop saying things that'll get Derek misunderstood. When I went to a ball recently, I heard someone say, Lady Alent also wants to keep hiring Derek. The girl couldn't help but get a little angry. Why is that guy so popular? He managed to teach a little brat like you to act like a proper noble lady. It's no wonder he's popular. Who are you calling a brat? It would be great if Derek could continue teaching Ethelyn. Why do you say that? Maybe then you'd have a way to see Derek again. The Derek you've been so desperate to see. Who'd want to see that annoying jerk? They'll take your word for it for now. But the rumors about Derek must be spreading like wildfire by now. I just hope there aren't any more rivals popping up. Denise's secret was finally exposed. Who knew the noble lady had such a bizarre hidden hobby? Just a little while ago, one of the world's 3 6-star mages, Deliest, actually showed up at Beldrin's tier. Derek was a bit confused. Why would someone of his caliber come to a small place like this? After finishing his drink, Deliest suddenly looked at Derek. You must be Derek. You are correct, but internally, Derek was surprised. Why did Deliest know him? If you don't mind, could we have a word in private? Derek really couldn't figure out why someone standing at the very pinnacle of the magic world wanted to chat with him. But there was no denying that talking with him would definitely be rewarding. Your magic talent is somewhat ambiguous. You've probably never heard that before, right? Because you're already exceptionally strong. Derek didn't deny it. Even among the nobles, his talent was still a once-in-a-century rarity. Why do you work so desperately hard? What do you plan to do after mastering magic? I don't have any grand ambitions. It's just that when I realized I had this talent, I was curious about how far I could go, just what level I could reach. But looking at Deliest's expression, it seemed he knew the true goal Derek hid deep in his heart. As a commoner, if you dream of reaching a realm higher than where you are now, your current level isn't even close to enough. Can I help you? Deliest's last words left Derek feeling uneasy. Although he remained composed on the surface, the man in front of him was Deliest, the 6-star commoner mage. Deliest had already reached 2-star when he came of age. By the time he started a family, he had touched the realm of 3-star. Deliest became the spiritual pillar for all commoner mages. His village became an ivory tower for them. But the year Deliest turned 40, a tragic event changed his life. When he returned home on that rainy night, he wasn't greeted by his beautiful wife and adorable daughter, but by a floor covered in blood and 3 cold corpses. To suppress the spiritual leader of the commoner mages, the nobles ordered the execution of his family. Isn't this guy Deliest a bit too overpowered? Don't worry, Deliest has already gone into hiding. Those insolent commoner mages have quieted down too. Filthy scum who tuck their tails and beg for mercy the moment they're threatened. As commoners, why do they even hope to grasp magic? If Deliest shows his face again, then well. But before Count Zeblin could finish his sentence, he froze in terror at the sight before him. The servant standing behind him had already been decapitated by Deliest's magic. Deliest, you arrogant bastard. Zeblin was just about to attack, but Deliest severed one of his legs. By the time he registered the pain, Deliest had already cut off both of his legs. In that single moment, the ruthlessness in Zeblin's eyes was completely replaced by pure terror. He no longer possessed even a shred of noble dignity. Like a stray dog, Zeblin groveled on the ground, begging Deliest for forgiveness. It wasn't until Deliest sliced off his tongue that the Count's estate finally fell silent. From that day forward, Deliest became public enemy number 1 to the nobility. He spent 30 whole years living in exile, evading the relentless pursuit of the royal family and nobles. When Deliest broke through the 5-star realm and became a 6-star mage, the royal family finally woke up to reality. If they continued treating Deliest as an enemy, the kingdom would be in grave danger. The royal family acknowledged Deliest's revenge as justified and bestowed a noble title upon him to preserve their own authority. Just like that, Deliest became a man who earned a noble title through his magic power alone. As for this top-tier mage who also came from commoner origins, Derek was already well aware of his widely circulated past. Being able to learn magic under this man was absolutely a rare and precious opportunity, but the problem was that Deliest had no reason to do so. The scene shifted. The meeting between the high nobles finally began. If Duke Duprian plans to expand north of the Belcos Peninsula, he must be cautious of the labyrinths in the White Zone. If you need it, I can dispatch our Knight Order over there. The one speaking was Denise's father, Grand Duke Beltis. The Knight Order Grand Duke Beltis is talking about. Don't tell me it's that bunch of mercenary trash? Although Grand Duke Beltis' military strength was on par with the high nobles, half of it consisted of mercenary groups led by former soldiers. So, hearing this clearly displeased him. Relying on private armies to manage your vast territory, Grand Duke, must be quite a struggle, I imagine. Giving up some territory isn't a bad idea, you know. As the only one among the three with direct royal bloodlines, Duke Duprian naturally couldn't tolerate the other's provocation. Seeing this, Count Belmilda quickly stepped in to mediate. We've discussed everything we needed to. Since we rarely get to visit Elberst, shouldn't we go check on our daughters now? Speaking of which, I heard your daughter, Alent, fought Ethelyn to a standstill. Though it's a pity she lost in the end, but it seems Alent is finally beginning to bloom. If she just learns a bit more under a good teacher, she can definitely surpass Ethelyn. That good teacher you mentioned must be Derek, right? If he becomes Ethelyn's teacher, Alent can forget about ever surpassing Ethelyn. Hearing Duke Duprian say this, the usually good-tempered Count Belmilda couldn't hold back anymore. Would that really happen? After all, his bond with Alent is incredibly deep. You think he acts based on personal bonds. It seems you don't understand him at all. Grand Duke Beltis couldn't help but feel curious. Who exactly was this teacher named Derek? To think he could make these two butt heads like this. Grand Duke Beltis was an opportunist. He realized he had to ask Denise about this matter. After the meeting ended, Count Belmilda immediately went to Beldrin's Tears. When he saw who had arrived, Guild leader Jaden was a bit stunned. You're the leader of the Beldrin Mercenary Guild, right? Count Belmilda spoke first. The letters my butler sent have gone unanswered, so I decided to make a trip here myself. I am truly sorry. Truth is, Derek has been missing for a few days now. We're also asking around, trying to track him down. A few days ago, he said he was rejecting all commissions, and then he completely vanished. Count Belmilda couldn't help but wonder, could Duke Duprian have beaten me to the punch? Or was it that guy, Grand Duke Beltis? But the thing is, I haven't received any news like that at all. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lady Denise's villa. At this moment, Denise is eating an apple while reading the letter in her hand. When was this letter delivered? It arrived early this morning. They said the Grand Duke sent someone to deliver it urgently. The content of the letter was simple. Hurry up and find a man named Derek and hire him as your tutor. The reason Grand Duke Beltis was in such a rush was because Derek's value was only going to skyrocket from now on. This is such a pain. Why did it have to be today? Today is clearly a very important day. I've been waiting for this day, looking forward to it for so long. Today is the release day of the great author Riley's new work. The lady submits to the Grand Duke's freezing greatsword. What exactly is the true form of the freezing greatsword? I'm dying of curiosity. But what else can I do? If I don't obey now, it'll only cause more trouble later. Bella, I'm here. What are your orders, my lady? Get my outdoor clothes ready. I need to go find someone. Denise's secret weapon for recruiting Derek was finally revealed. She was actually planning to use a honey trap on him. Just a short while ago, Deliest brought Derek to an empty, secluded cave. Close your eyes and release your mana slightly. Feel the sensation of the mana bouncing back after touching an object. Derek closed his eyes for a moment, trying to release his mana according to the old man's instructions. His mana hit every corner of the dark cave and dissipated. It was exactly like a bat using sound waves to map out the structure of a dark cave. What you are doing now is the foundation of detection magic. 1 star is simply threat perception. Starting from 2 star, you can track locations and sense magic. 3 star can see through disguises, while 4 star can see through the opponent's true nature. 5 star allows you to read minds, and even converse with the dead, and 6 star grants the ability to foresee the future. Lord Deliest, there must be a reason, why you sought me out like this, isn't there? That's right. I sought you out precisely because I foresaw the future, because I need you. May I ask, Lord Deliest, what exactly is going to happen to me? You should know a man named Valerian, right? He is the eldest son of the Duprian family. Before you come of age, he will dabble in necromancy. If that happens, you must kill him. Why would he dabble in necromancy, and what will you be doing at that time? I'm sorry, that's all I can tell you. The so-called future, is just like that. If you easily know everything, the future will become even more unpredictable and infinitely more complicated. If there's one more thing I can tell you, it's that you will die before coming of age. Seeing Direct's expression, Deliest couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Aren't you surprised? You said death is destiny, but you didn't say I would definitely die. You're right, and I don't want you to die. You can't die yet, so I will help you survive, but if you want to stay alive, you must become stronger. After the old man finished speaking, he casually released a spell toward the sky. Since you have the potential to master 3-star combat and chaos magic, you should start working hard right now. If you can master all 3 systems of magic, no one your age will be able to match your achievements. If you don't want to die, you must possess overwhelming power. I will make you stronger, and you must kill Valerian when the time comes. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the commoner district of Elburst. A carriage, obviously used by the nobility, suddenly stopped there. And the person inside that carriage was none other than Denise from the Beltis family. The moment she stepped out of the carriage, the commoners were all mesmerized by her beauty. "He'll walk from here. You can rest here." "Yes, milady." Denise didn't bring her guards on this trip. She only brought Bella, the maid who had served her since childhood. "Bella, why do you think everyone's staring at me?" "As for that, I'm not entirely sure either. Could it be because I'm just that pretty?" Hearing this, Bella was visibly speechless. "Not to mention your room is usually a mess. You don't even like taking baths. You just hole up all day reading books. You normally look completely unkempt. But I think when you're like this, you're even less charming. You're really good at making jokes. Bella, I'm not joking with you. Shouldn't we hurry up if that guy named Derek gets snatched up by another family? Don't worry. Even at my slowest, I'm way faster than everyone else. But you're always late for class, aren't you? That mercenary. Word is he rejected all commissions and just vanished, right? Are you even listening to me? Derek isn't the type to hate money. The only reason heads suddenly disappear is if something more important than money showed up. For someone who can control that level of magic at such a young age, if it's something more important than money, it has to be related to magic. Either he got his hands on a good magic book, or he found a good teacher. In that case, he wouldn't have time for mercenary work, so naturally, Head turned down those commissions. But that mercenary left the Duprian estate on his own accord. If he wanted to train his magic, there's probably no better place than the Duprian family. Which means he found something even better than the Duprians. Thinking about how Deliest was recently seen in Elburst, Denise couldn't help but form an answer in her mind. Just then, Bella's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Lady Denise, we're here." It turned out their destination was Beldrin's Tears. "Welcome," guild leader Jaden instinctively called out a greeting. But when he got a clear look at who had walked in, he immediately dropped his smile. "I didn't expect would end up troubling you to come here in person, milady, but we really don't know where Derek is. 3 different groups have already come by just this morning. All we can say is, Deliestolftel, that old gentleman must have been here, right?" The moment he heard that, Jaden briefly froze. "I understand now. Thank you for your answer. Let's go. Bella, we need to check the carriage transit logs." Without a shred of hesitation, the two immediately headed to the coachman's guild in Elburst. "Milady, how did you know Lord Deliest had been there? Isn't it obvious? That mercenary voluntarily left a 5-star mage's estate. He's clearly obsessed with magic, yet he walked away from a 5-star mage's resources. In other words, it takes something on par with a 6-star mage to catch his interest. And I just so happened to know that a 6-star mage was coming to Elburst. I just went in with a let's give it a try mindset and poked around a bit, but that old guy took the bait. Looks like things are going pretty smoothly. Could it be that all of this is just because I'm too pretty?" Hearing Denise say that, Bella immediately wiped the smile off her face. "You don't usually use these kinds of tricks, so I really couldn't say. Your mouth is razor sharp today, Bella. I'm merely stating objective facts." No matter how I look at it, I feel like I'm way too capable. Being too capable just gets you tangled up in a bunch of trouble. I really just want to be a useless person. Are you actually enjoying having me shoot down every word you say? You can only see my good points, right, Bella? You haven't listened to a single word I've said, have you? But even if we find him first, will he be willing to work for us? Didn't they say both the Duprien and Belmilda families are looking for him? Honestly, Bella, this is the easiest part. Did you already have a plan in mind? A honey trap, of course, you know it too. Bella, as long as I use my enchanting looks to seduce him, he'll definitely take the bait. Everyone knows that I'm an incredibly charming woman. But you should also know, Lady Ethelyn and Lady Alent are our rivals, right? Bella, how could you say that? I'm obviously way prettier than them. That's the only kind of talk you ever listen to. My lady, I think I've found a lead. This was from a week ago, a boy in robes and an old man. Their destination is the Raspa giant cave on the outskirts of the Lamhell Hills. The scene shifts to Derek. He had already been training with Deliest for some time. At that moment, Deliest seemed to sense something. Someone's coming. Looks like people from the Beltis family. They're probably here for you. You should go out and take a look. Lady Denise, I really don't think we should go any further. We should report back to His Grace first and bring the soldiers with us. No way, then I won't get any credit for this. Besides, what if the other families catch wind of us mobilizing soldiers? We'd just be doing all the hard work for someone else. Right at that moment, Bella let out a sudden scream behind Denise. Not too far ahead of them, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. Don't be scared, stay behind me, Bella. Keep in mind, this area has already been cleared out. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any monsters here. Moreover, Denise actually wasn't very good at offensive magic, but now, she had nowhere to retreat. Forcing down her rising fear, Denise silently chanted a spell. But a second later, the owner of those eyes stepped into the light. Seeing that it was actually a human, Denise couldn't help but be a little surprised. What are you doing in such a dark place, Lady Denise? The moment she heard that, Denise immediately knew he was the one she was looking for. The young lattice expression instantly changed. She thought to herself, should I try the honey trap right now? Denise had finally found Derek, but would her honey trap really work? Just a short while ago, Denise had tracked down Derek's whereabouts through deduction. Hello there, you must be Sir Derek, right? Yeah, I'm Derek. Hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Denise's lips. Thank goodness, I wanted to meet you so badly, so I took the liberty of seeking you out. I was hoping you could spare just a little of your time to talk with me. Derek obviously had no interest in entertaining her, but eventually, he spoke up. All right, well, that was a pleasant chat. Hearing Derek say that, Denise froze on the spot. Thanks to her strict, noble upbringing, Denise forced down her bubbling anger toward Derek. I can't even count how many times I've seen you in my dreams, Sir Derek. Whether as a mage or a teacher, you are truly incredible. How should I put this? If I could just become your student. Why are you talking like you're acting in a play? Are you practicing your lines? Or is it just because the echo in here is too loud? Hearing Derek's response, Bella completely lost her composure. Denise also instantly realized that the shy, pretty girl act had absolutely zero effect on him. If there's nothing else, he'll be taking my leave. Actually, watching Lady Ethelyn and Lady Alent duel left a deep impression on me. As a member of the Rosia trio, I feel like I'm the only one dragging them down. Everyone is improving, if I'm the only one stuck in the same place. I feel so anxious. I'm afraid I'll be left behind in the end. Please, please save me. Denise was playing the role of a desperate, beautiful girl this time. And at this distance, she could even feel Derek's breath. She was confident his heart must be racing by now. But to her surprise, in the very next second, Derek just shook off her hand. In that moment, Denise was completely dumbfounded. But from what I can see, Lady Denise, you don't seem to have any interest in magic. You mistook me for a monster earlier and chanted an ice lance spell, right? But your execution was incredibly rusty, whether it was the flow of mana or the speed of your incantation. None of it was up to standard. Your base mana capacity is outstanding, but it hasn't been refined or disciplined at all, which proves that you barely ever practice magic. Hearing Derek's assessment, Bella quickly gave a thumbs up. Lady Denise, let me give you a piece of advice. In front of someone who truly loves magic, Don't try to show your sincerity with lies. Some people would take that as an insult. Since he had made it this clear, Denise knew that pestering him any further would only backfire. I don't know why you need me so badly, but it clearly isn't for magic. I don't accept commissions with unclear motives. Please, wait a minute. Stop seeking out a useless mercenary like me. Go find someone more capable. That would better suit your status. Leaving those words behind, Derek walked deeper into the cave. Without a doubt, this was the first real failure of Denise's life. That man named Derek. I've figured out his true identity. He must be absolutely not. He's just an honest, ordinary guy. But logically speaking, for someone as pretty as me, wearing premium makeup and expensive perfume, and he still rejected me, that means he definitely doesn't like women. You should calm down first and send a letter to the main estate. Calm down? What is there to calm down about? Do you actually think I'm mad? Why would I get mad over something this stupid? But you clearly are right now. After venting her frustrations, Denise took a deep breath. Someone like me, how could I ever get angry over such a trivial matter? Not long after, the two of them lit a campfire outside the cave. My lady, are you sure you're okay with this? If I back down here now, he'll get snatched up by another family. We have to win him over as soon as possible, even if it's just one day earlier. Don't push yourself too hard. We'll take my leave now. I'm sorry, Bella. I know I'm always being so selfish. It must be exhausting to serve me. But this request is truly important. I really need your help with this. When you come back tomorrow, bring me volume 4 of the Duke's Pillar of Fire, Melts the Commoner Lady. Hearing Denise say that, Bella immediately gave her a look of utter disgust. Early the next morning, Denise went to find Derek again. This time, not only had she changed her outfit, but she also brought a pile of things with her. Inside the box, apart from food, there were quite a few items that could help with magic training. What is this? Oh, it's nothing much. Though there isn't a lot I can do, it'll support you, so you can focus entirely on your magic training. Even if you do this, it won't change anything. That's okay. Even if I just watch, I feel like I'm improving too. Please don't mind me. Denise believed that, as long as Derek was human, he would definitely develop feelings for someone willing to give so much for him. Then he'll gladly accept. Seeing Derek accept it, Denise felt her plan was on the verge of success. But I still won't be Lady Denise's tutor. Denise really didn't expect that Derek would reject her while eating her food. Mr. Derek, I brought food and mana stones today, too. Thank you, but I still won't be your tutor. Good morning. Our head chef said he'd prepare a lavish feast for Mr. Derek. Thanks, but I won't be going. Mr. Derek, this is refined, or I thought it might be of help to you. We'll take it, but I won't agree to your request. After a few days passed like this, Denise felt like Derek was completely playing her. That selfish cheapskate. I've been taking the initiative to show so much goodwill. Shouldn't you at least give some kind of response? My lady, we have a huge problem. Could there be anything more troublesome than what we're dealing with now? It's the chief butler of the Duprian family. They're heading this way. Let's hide first. They might just assume all of this belongs to Derek. Not long after, the chief butler of the Duprian family arrived with a massive squad. What is going on? Are they going to war? The item the Duprian family finally handed to Derek was actually just a single slip of paper. To think it's to be Lady Ethelyn's magic tutor. What an incredible honor. Denise, currently eavesdropping from behind a rock, froze the moment she heard Ethelyn's name. Denise couldn't take it anymore. She finally made up her mind to give up on Derek, but things seemed to take an unexpected turn. Just a short while ago, the Duprian family had tracked Derek down. Becoming Lady Ethelyn's magic tutor is my honor. In that case, let's get ready and depart immediately. But to their surprise, Derek refused. This scene left even Denise a bit stunned. Maybe after my training is complete, though I have no idea when that will be. If we were to appropriately increase the compensation, would you reconsider? Yet Derek refused once again. I'm truly sorry. With my current skill level, I wouldn't be of much help to Lady Ethelyn, and I don't want to teach magic half-heartedly. Hearing Derek say this, Denise knew she had lost all hope. Meanwhile, back at the Duprian family estate. Is it true? Are you saying they've already found Derek? Yes, the butler already went to visit him last night. Why didn't anyone tell me? I wanted to go in person. But it shouldn't be too late if I go now. Gather our fastest soldiers for me. But, my lady, That place is far too dangerous. This is about inviting a teacher. As his disciple, of course I have to go personally. The scene shifts back to Derek. At this moment, Denise had completely lost her noble demeanor. Not only was she covered in dirt, but there was even a trail of snot hanging from her nose like a crystal pendant. But she didn't care about any of that anymore. She just casually sniffled. Bella, let's go back tomorrow morning. Understood, my lady. You sure give up fast, don't you? Because you're so smart, right? Hearing Bella praise her like this, Denise felt awful inside. Bella, you actually think I'm an idiot, don't you? How could I possibly think you're stupid? Whenever I got stubborn before, I could get anything done. But this time, I don't even want to bother being stubborn. What's wrong with me? I feel like all the energy has been drained from my body. I feel like that mercenary. He isn't the type to care about someone's background or be driven by money. That guy seems to care more about whether the person is actually worth teaching. Hearing Bella say this, Denise fell deep into thought once again. She couldn't help but remember the words Derek said when he rejected the Duprian family earlier today. And the other two stars of the Rosia Salon, without exception, both of them have an incredible passion for magic. They don't just love magic from the bottom of their hearts. They genuinely hope to be taught by Derek. Why? Why is everyone so sincere? Meanwhile, Derek was practicing magic exactly as Deliest had taught him. But right at that moment, someone interrupted his training. Excuse me, sorry for interrupting your training. The person who arrived was none other than Denise. If you don't mind, can I sit next to you? You look a bit different today, because I'm not so tense anymore. Your eyes have changed. Hearing Derek say this, Denise didn't deny it. I'm truly sorry. I've been causing you nothing but trouble lately, and planning to call it quits now. Thank you so much for everything recently. I hope you find a good teacher. Who cares about teachers anyway? Actually, I hate magic. Hearing Denise say this, Derek actually turned serious. It's all just politics. It's just because you've made a name for yourself that they want to pull you over to our side. But you're too arrogant. You're just going to go to Ethelyn in the end anyway, so I might as well back out. Why do you hate magic? Well, I used to quite like it. Actually, you couldn't really call it liking it. I just liked hearing people praise me. Magic was nothing more than a tool. What I really wanted all along was just praise. Back then, whenever I heard people praise me as a genius, I would study as hard as I could. Until one day, a thought suddenly occurred to me. What the hell am I doing? Why am I doing this? From that day on, I stopped learning magic. That's all there is to it. It seems that if you hear too much praise, you can get sick of it, too. You're actually listening to me seriously. I thought I was just talking to myself. Be careful on your way back. Derek didn't continue the conversation based on what she said. Denise was smart enough to know that Derek was essentially asking her to leave. Thinking about it carefully, I might have been jealous of you once. Someone like you, who never wavers in what you do and just puts your head down and works hard. You'll definitely become a great mage, right? Faced with Denise's heartfelt compliment, Derek didn't show any reaction. In that case, just say hi if you ever bump into me in the future. Early the next morning, Ethelyn arrived here with the soldiers of the Duprian family. Denise just watched them silently from a nearby hill, not making any move. She knew very well in her heart that everything was over now. The things that didn't belong to her in the first place. Naturally, there was no need to hope for them. Time flew by. The scene shifts to Denise's mansion. What did you say? Ethelyn was rejected by him, too. Yeah, he really is an unpredictable guy. Denise couldn't help but wonder, could it be because Derek's training isn't over yet, but being rejected and training not being over are two completely different things, right? You should just let this matter go now. Yeah, looks like he's planning to hide in that cave for the rest of his life. But Denise was still a bit upset. She wondered, does Derek really think he's the only one in this world who can use magic? Oh, right, we have a guest today, and they said they'd like to dine with you. A guest? After opening the door, Denise first greeted her father as usual. But the very next second, her attention was drawn to a familiar figure. And that person was none other than Derek, who had been rejecting her all this time. At this moment, Derek was dining with Grand Duke Beltis. In that instant, Denise was genuinely dumbfounded. She had no idea what was going on. Why did Derek willingly choose Denise? The secret behind all this will finally be revealed in this chapter. The story goes back to the previous night, Derek was cultivating magic in the cave. He could clearly feel that he was only one final step away from completion. Derek constantly arranged the flow of his magic. Just a little more, and he'll have it. As long as I can compress all that flowing magic into a single point. Those short few seconds felt exceptionally agonizing for Derek. After what felt like an eternity, he finally grasped that elusive sensation. As if guided by some unseen force, Derek pressed his hands against the cold stone floor and freely released that surge of magic. Even though he was determined to manifest his magic with all his might, there was no change in his surroundings. Just as a wave of emptiness washed over him, a massive tremor began to spread throughout the cave area. However, Derek no longer had the strength to escape the collapsing cave. If this keeps up, the whole cave might collapse. I finally managed to learn 3-star magic. Wouldn't it be a damn shame to die just like this? It's about time now. We should get out of here. After mastering the 3-star magic, Leyline Tremor, Derek had officially become a 3-star mage. Delius didn't take him very far. Instead, he started a campfire not far from the cave. Like I said before, I don't have anything left to teach you. I also told you last time, a commoner can't survive relying on half-baked talent alone. Think carefully for yourself about how far you can go from here. Seeing Delius get up, Derek quickly spoke up. Where are you going? I'm just going for a walk around here, getting some fresh air. Before leaving, Delius suddenly stopped in his tracks. Derek, you must be careful of Korra. Leaving behind this cryptic warning, Delius' figure vanished into the woods. In truth, Derek knew very well that Delius wasn't coming back. Derek couldn't help but wonder, why should he be careful of that 6-star mage, Korra? Back to the present, Derek arrived uninvited at Grand Duke Beltis' estate. Denise, your father is absolutely thrilled. Thanks to you stepping in personally, that precious magic tutor came to our door of his own accord. Thank you, Father. I just did what I had to do. By the way, you must have had a reason for turning down the Duprian's request, right? As long as it's within my power, he'll take care of it for you. Aside from the previously agreed compensation, I don't need any additional benefits. The reason I agreed to this is because of Lady Denise's attitude. As expected, our Denise's character is truly outstanding. Among all the noble ladies on the entire continent, only our Denise could achieve something like this. Any master in the world who meets our Denise wouldn't be able to resist taking her as a disciple. Denise, do you remember what happened back then? Like the time a maid broke a plate. She was crying, saying she committed a capital offense and begging for mercy, and our Denise just flashed an angelic smile. Compared to that plate, I care more about your father. It's time to discuss matters regarding the lessons, just the teacher and me in private. Just like that, at Denise's request, Grand Duke Beltis left the room. What are you doing here? I'm drinking tea. Are you kidding me? That's not what I'm asking. Didn't you explicitly say you wouldn't be my teacher? Back at the Raspa Cave, I'm grateful to you for everything. The supplies you provided were a huge help. I told you before, I only approached you for political reasons. I have absolutely no intention of learning magic. To tell you the truth, hearing that left a really bad taste in my mouth. Without even properly understanding what magic truly is, you just casually judge whether it's good or bad. Hearing Derek say this, Denise felt no remorse at all. Fair enough, if it were you, you'd naturally be upset too, but I don't want to do it, and that's that. So that's how it is, then it's truly a pity. You know absolutely nothing about the beauty and brilliance of magic, yet you look at it with disappointment and disgust. This mindset of yours, I absolutely cannot accept it. Seeing Derek's serious expression, Denise was a bit surprised. This guy Derek is a total maniac. She shouldn't have carelessly messed with this. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Ethelyn's estate. At this moment, Ethelyn is sitting alone on a chair, staring blankly out the window. She simply couldn't figure out why Derek refused to be her teacher. The day Denise left, Ethelyn brought members of the Duprian family to see Derek. But Derek told her, I have nothing left to teach you. Your mindset is already deeply ingrained, so I think it'd be better for you to study under an academy-style teacher. I'm truly sorry, Lady Ethelyn. I cannot be your teacher. At that time, Ethelyn said nothing, just silently lowered her head. Derek had completely closed the door on the matter, and those were definitely not pleasant words. Ethelyn once thought that orthodox magic was everything. But what she truly longed for was actually the free-spirited magic that Durla possessed. Right at that moment, a maid knocked on the door. A letter from the main estate has arrived. What is it about? There's an expedition ceremony next week. It's being held for young Master Valerian. It's next week already? This is his very first expedition ceremony, so I need to prepare a decent gift. He'll head to the shopping district. The White Zone is a dangerous place, so we need to prepare well in advance. As Ethelyn stood up, the perfectly fine chair suddenly snapped a leg and collapsed. Time flies by, and the scene shifts back to Denise's estate. Is he really out of his mind? I clearly don't understand the appeal of magic at all, yet he still stares at it with sparkling eyes. And it's not enough that he likes it himself. He has to force it on to others. If he knew you thought that way, would he finally stop letting you read those trashy novels? You actually have no idea about the beauty and brilliance of those works. I absolutely cannot accept it. Like teacher, like student, huh? Bella, I just think those novels you read are boring. That's not what I mean. After sorting out the Duprian's mess and earning Elent's approval, if someone who even kicked Ethelyn to the curb becomes my teacher, do you know how bad this is going to get? Just get some rest early. Listen to me first. Under a teacher like that, if I still make zero progress, wouldn't I be completely useless? Can't I just half-ass it at my own pace? I just want to lie in bed and read novels. But if I just blow Mr. Derek off, won't my allowance for novels get cut off? At the thought of this, Denise kicked around angrily under her blankets. Already lacking any motivation, she suddenly felt like everything was just way too much of a hassle. He made her cry. Denise was brought to tears by Derek on her very first day of class. As for why Derek chose Denise, we have to go back to the night Delius left. My advice is, it's best to stay on good terms with the three major noble families. But remember, there's no need to swear loyalty to any of them. Instead, you should mediate and maneuver between the three families, keep them hanging, and make them anxious. Only then will you be able to protect yourself. Time flew by. Today was the day of Denise's first class. However, Denise's long-standing habit was to sleep in until noon. But on this particular morning, she heard an exceptionally grating noise. In that split second, the soundly sleeping Denise was completely jolted awake. Seeing Derek relentlessly banging on a frying pan, Denise thought he had completely lost his mind. But Derek informed her that he wasn't crazy at all. He only did it because she kept sleeping, so he had no choice. Mind you, Denise was still in her pajamas, yet this guy Derek had blatantly barged right into her bedroom. To her surprise, Derek simply told her she had exactly 5 minutes to get dressed and come out. After delivering this ultimatum, Derek turned and walked out of her bedroom. For a moment, Denise was utterly baffled. Does this guy have absolutely no concept of boundaries between men and women? After getting dressed and coming out, Denise was even more furious because today was the weekend, her day off. Derek even told Denise that it's best not to push oneself too hard on weekends. Then why did you pull this stunt so early in the morning? Not pushing yourself and failing to observe basic etiquette are two completely different things. You are, after all, a member of the famous Rosia Salon trio. Even on a weekend, you should maintain the most basic level of manners. That basic level is a rule you just made up on your own. As your employer, I don't see it that way. As the employee, shouldn't you be operating within the rules that I set? What Denise didn't expect, however, was for Derek to casually whip out a contract. Take a good look. This is a contract signed by Grand Duke Beltis. My employer is the Grand Duke. His Grace has delegated full authority to me for anything necessary to achieve your magic-related goals. Seeing the clauses written on that contract, and her father's signature at the very bottom, Denise was completely rendered speechless. Next, I'll explain your schedule for today. After a light breakfast, we will assess the current level of your detection magic. After that, you'll relearn combat-based elemental magic from scratch. In the afternoon, we'll start with physical training, followed by studying the application of mana. But you literally just said, you wouldn't push me since it's the weekend. You're right about that, but simply fulfilling one's basic duties is inherently exhausting. It was only at this moment that Denise finally realized Derek was an absolute lunatic. And so, Denise was forced into Derek's hellish training regimen. Although none of the tasks were particularly difficult on their own, The problem was the sheer volume of them. Denise's magic had been neglected for far too long, and she completely failed to keep up with Derek's pace. Just this very first day of training alone made Denise feel like she had practically died. Bella, I'm seriously dying. Why doesn't that mercenary bastard just go to hell? If the attribution of blame is unclear, you might be the one dragged down to hell. My lady, Bella, what is wrong with you? Ever since we met that guy, I feel like you are just as cold-blooded as he is. You have absolutely no empathy. If I didn't have any empathy, then I guess I wouldn't be human either. Who are you imitating, Bella? That's way too scary. That cunning guy signed a contract with my father. I can't fire him at all. In that case, why don't you report to the Grand Duke and ask him to fire him? We can just say that guy Derek is completely half-assing his work. Bella, you have to back me up on this. However, Bella's answer was, I refuse. You have to understand that hearing this, Denise. My lady, you're just saying that. You know perfectly well you can't actually do it. And he's a talent that everyone is eagerly trying to poach. And he's a talent that other noble families are fiercely competing to poach. These things Bella just said. Doesn't Denise already know them deep down? Yeah, father might not know about other things, but he would never compromise when it comes to the family's honor. After taking a bath, Denise dragged her body toward the bedroom like a walking corpse. I finally have time to read my novel. You might as well just go to sleep. No way, if I slack off even once. Unexpectedly, Derek appeared right in front of them the next second. Do you still want to practice some more now? Why are you still here? Shouldn't you have gone home by now? Is today's training still not over? What nonsense are you spouting? What's the point of forcing yourself to train like this? But you've already pushed me to my limit. I'm just here to tell you tomorrow's schedule. I'm not listening. Can someone please get rid of that weirdo? After a few days of Derek's training, Denise had completely lost the will to live. Bella, it's been 3 years already, hasn't it? It's only been 4 days. You're lying. However, you're going out for the Rosia Salon gathering today, so there won't be any training. Today is the day of the gathering. I need to leave before that maniac gets here. Even if you don't do that, he would probably still allow you to attend the party. Unexpectedly, just as Denise changed her clothes and was ready to leave, she ran into Derek right at the door. How was your rest? Today's lesson will be basic physical fitness and magic theory. But today is the day of the gathering. Socializing among nobles is very important. I will wait in the estate until the gathering is over. After all, high society social events are very important matters. Miss Denise, have a safe trip. Denise actually didn't expect Derek to let her go so easily, because she believed Derek knew she was only going out to socialize to kill time. But looking into Derek's eyes right now, it wasn't hard to tell that what he just said was genuine. In that case, Denise couldn't be bothered to overthink it. She just didn't expect that the social events she had always hated would actually come in handy one day. Oh no. Bella is actually swooning over Derek. Just a while ago, an exhausted Denise got into the carriage to head home. You were so energetic during the gathering. Why did you become like this on the way home? Of course, that guy Derek is still at home. That perverted demon. Whenever Derek was mentioned, Denise's reaction became even more exaggerated. Aren't you already exhausted? Then what are you doing right now? I'm going to use magic to flip this carriage. They'll fake a carriage accident so I can escape training. How about it? My plan is pretty brilliant, right? Hearing Denise say this, Bella immediately stopped her crazy plan. When the two arrived home, they suddenly noticed Derek chatting with the estate's gardener. What's going on? Why is he having such a pleasant chat with Uncle Peb, the gardener? In that brief second of hesitation, Derek noticed Denise's return. Since you're back, hurry up and go to the study. Please study the theory books on your own tonight. Hearing this, Denise was dumbfounded. She should have run away sooner if she knew this was coming. Time quickly passed to the next day. Denise couldn't help but be a little curious. Why hadn't Derek prepared any of his terrifying training sessions today? Right at that moment, Denise noticed 2 figures downstairs. Derek was actually working out with the estate's captain of the guard. This left Denise completely baffled. From then on, Denise started keeping a close eye on Derek. She realized Derek had been constantly interacting with people around the estate. Whether it was the chef or the head maid, Derek seemed to get along with everyone. Denise couldn't help but wonder, just what exactly was that guy up to? Did something happen? That guy, Derek, Lately, he's been constantly approaching our servants. Whatever scheme he's plotting, Bella, you absolutely must not fall for it. You're on my side, right, Bella? You're definitely not going to let him win you over, right? Please don't worry. I love staying by your side and serving you the most, my lady. But early the very next morning, Denise's worst fear came true. Not only was Bella acting very close to Derek, but there were even little pink bubbles floating around them. Denise simply couldn't believe it. Now even Bella had been won over by Derek. That evening, Denise sought Derek out on her own. This is my estate. Everyone here belongs to me. Why are you stating the obvious? I know you're trying to win over my servants. Stop playing these little tricks. All you need to do is teach me magic. I don't want to get closer to the servants, but am not plotting any schemes. Then why are you trying so hard to get on their good side? You're making me really uneasy. That's because I need to learn more about you. My lady, I don't want to know the elegant lady from the rumors, but the real person named Denise. Teaching someone isn't just about simply passing on knowledge. The more you understand the person you're teaching, the better you can provide a tailored approach that truly suits them. Then what did everyone say about me? Did they say I'm prettier than Ethelyn and Alent? I heard from the servants that you find everything to be a hassle and have absolutely zero motivation. But they also said that whenever something important comes up, you always take the initiative and charge ahead of anyone else. Though you pretend to be lazy and apathetic, you actually care for and look after the servants very well. If word gets out, it'll be a big deal, but the young lady really is like a daughter to me. My disobedient second daughter was exactly like this back in the day. Even though there are times when my lady complains about the seasoning, she'll specially order premium sea salt to be delivered the very next day. Not long ago, this guy fell seriously ill. When my lady found out, she sent us a whole pile of medicine. From now on, we will protect my lady with our lives. Back when I was sick, my lady even stayed by my bedside all night to take care of me. Seeing her fall asleep leaning against me, I almost couldn't resist the urge to give her a little bite. Learning the full story, Denise felt a little embarrassed. That's because they've all been very good to me. I was just doing what I ought to do. Oh, I almost forgot. There's one more thing besides all that. Everyone told me that your writing skills are top-notch, my lady. What do you mean by that? I have no idea what you're talking about. The Arrogant Count Lobian. That's the novel you wrote, isn't it? I also enjoyed reading it very much. Hearing this, Denise completely panicked. After all, it wasn't exactly a decent novel. Especially Trass's past. It's very relatable, but the characterization of Count Lobian was a bit overdone. Setting aside the lingering, melancholic romance, you spent a full 7 pages just describing his wild charm. Such explicit descriptions are certainly quite bold. Derek was only halfway through his sentence when Denise covered her face and ran away. Just as Derek had said, he wasn't lying, and wanting to understand one's own student was only natural, after all. Derek suddenly wondered, was the girl running away in tears the biggest highlight of this story too? Early the next morning, Derek visited Denise's room once again. Did you stay up late writing again last night? You really should get some proper sleep at night. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about the Arrogant Count Robine I mentioned yesterday. Did you forget about it already? By the way, about that balcony scene in Volume 9. You didn't build up to it at all. The descriptions were way too explicit and direct. It honestly makes it a bit embarrassing to read. You must have dreamt up something weird. Let's hurry up and get to our magic training. Seeing Denise act like this, Derek knew he had achieved his goal. Later that evening, Alent suddenly arrived at Denise's mansion. Since you took Derek as your master, I think it's been about 10 days now, right? How are you feeling? Can you keep up with his training intensity yet? How should I put this? If hell truly exists in this world, I think this is probably what it looks like. Just looking at Denise's current state, it wasn't hard to tell that she had been having an incredibly rough time lately. Anyway, did you hear about that? Hear about what? Is there some major news going around lately? I heard Lady Durla is holding her debutante ball soon, so for the next regular gathering, she'll be attending with Lady Ethelyn. Denise couldn't help but feel a bit curious that notorious troublemaker is actually entering high society this soon. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Duprian estate. The Rosia Salon. Why do I have to go to a place like that? You need to attend the gathering next week. It's part of the preparations for your debutante ball. In that case, I guess I'll make a trip. After all, there's someone I want to see there too, that famous lady Denise. Once Durla finally meets Denise, what kind of sparks will fly between them? Before the next salon began, Durla took the initiative to find Ethelyn. I really don't get it. Why do I absolutely have to go to the Rosia salon? Aside from you, Alent, and Denise, the rest of them aren't even worth mentioning. That's not true. Many people there are deeply knowledgeable and charming. But looking at Durla's expression, it was obvious. She completely looked down on those people. Even though I'm pretty curious about the world outside the estate, I really can't muster any interest in social gatherings. Everyone just spouts fake, hypocritical pleasantries. Ethelyn knew very well that Durla was speaking straight from her heart. But under the current circumstances, Ethelyn had to pacify Durla's mood first. Try to put yourself in their shoes. Both of us benefit from the Duprian family name. So stepping into high society is just a matter of course. But it's different for everyone else. To them, entering high society is an incredibly important opportunity. We shouldn't recklessly assume that our privilege comes without needing to put in any effort. We must accept this special treatment with gratitude and work hard to live up to it. From that perspective, joining the salon will be a great experience. You'll also get to interact with all sorts of people. Since you put it that way, sister, I'll give it some serious thought. I was planning on checking it out at least once anyway. Hearing Durla say this, Ethelyn actually had a bit of doubt in her mind. By the way, now that I've finished all my basic courses, the Elberst family will allocate a private mansion for me, won't they? And they'll even get to personally pick the servants when the time comes. In that case, wouldn't it be possible to have some mercenary from a village be my magic tutor? I know what you're thinking, but you know, right? Derek is currently teaching Denise. I know, poaching someone from another family is extremely rude. I was just thinking about it. That's all, just thinking out loud. But looking at Durla's expression, it was obvious. It definitely wasn't as simple as this girl just thinking about it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Denise's estate. After everything that happened earlier, Derek's special training for Denise has become even stricter. You've made a lot of progress. You can now snipe enemies completely out of your line of sight. After Derek said this, he suddenly took a deep breath. Now answer me one more time. Isn't magic truly fascinating? Seeing Derek's fierce and intimidating look, Denise looked somewhat terrified. At that moment, Bella spoke up instead. It really is super fun. You can feel the shift in your mana perception, right? Keenly catching those subtle differences, is absolutely fascinating. Tempering your innate mana in this way is the only way to reach a higher realm. Self-mastery is true freedom. That is what magic is, isn't it fascinating? Denise didn't feel the joy of magic at all. She just felt that the Derek standing in front of her was a total lunatic. To her surprise, Bella chimed in again. It really is super fun. What in the world is so fun about magic? It's just incredibly exhausting. That's because I'm just watching from the sidelines. That's why I think it's fun. Hearing Bella say that, Denise was left completely speechless. Looking at it this way, it seems you still haven't grasped the joy of magic, my lady. Look at me right now. How could I possibly feel any joy? That's my mistake. It seems the training intensity is still inappropriate. The moment she heard Derek mention the training intensity, Denise's eyes immediately lit up. I will continue to increase the training intensity. Increase it to a level where you can truly feel a sense of reward and accomplishment. At that very moment, Denise felt completely dead inside. I'm so happy right now. Really, so incredibly happy. Magic is just so much fun. I love magic the most. I need to act quickly. I'll immediately draft an even higher intensity training schedule. Time flew by in a flash. The day of the Rosia Salon had finally arrived. Just as Durla had predicted, most of the nobles were chatting about meaningless trivialities. Nothing more than gossip among the nobility, or the tea and pastries they were having. This was exactly why Durla despised these lower-ranking nobles from the bottom of her heart. She simply couldn't stand this kind of hypocritical pretense of elegance. Durla shook her head the entire way, wanting absolutely nothing to do with these nobles. Until eventually, she finally spotted her target for this trip. At this moment, Denise was chatting with a few lower-ranking nobles. Even though Ethelyn had already told her about this, she still had a hard time accepting it. After all, deep down, Durla simply couldn't stand hypocrites. The only people in the entire Rosia salon she actually respected numbered no more than 3 from start to finish. As Durla approached Denise, Denise also noticed her. Durla of the Duprian family. The girl stated her name straightforwardly. You have to understand, the name Durla was notoriously known among the nobles as a spoiled troublemaker. So those lower-ranking nobles didn't hesitate at all. They immediately found an excuse to bid Denise farewell. Since we've already exchanged greetings, let's talk about something else. Denise could only force down the anger in her heart. What is it that you want to know? I will tell you everything I know. Derek, he's your magic teacher now, isn't he? Hearing Durla say this, Denise's anger subsided quite a bit. He is indeed my magic teacher right now. But just as Denise finished speaking, the girl turned her head away and scoffed coldly. Denise genuinely couldn't understand why this little brat dared to give her such an attitude. Judging by your appearance, it seems you're getting along quite well with him. Hearing this, Denise had no idea how to reply. I obviously look completely exhausted right now, don't I? Right at that moment, Denise finally realized something. This inexperienced young girl, she's clearly just jealous of my time with Derek. If that's the case, Durla isn't some annoying brat at all. She's a little angel sent to save me. She's crazy. Completely crazy. Denise has completely lost her mind. She actually wants to use Durla's jealousy to help herself get rid of Derek. I think you need to start worrying. After all, Derek does whatever he pleases. He could change his mind at any given moment, couldn't he? To her surprise, upon hearing this, Denise actually started laughing. For things like this, Mr. Direct's own feelings are definitely the most important, right? Hearing this made Durla even more bewildered. Did Denise have some sort of method to win Derek over? You see things pretty clearly. If the Duprian family were to offer much better negotiation terms, what do you think would happen? That actually sounds like a great idea. Rather than teaching me, teaching Lady Durla might be a much better choice. Durla was completely shell-shocked by her words. She never expected Denise to be this confident. If you'd like to chat with Derek alone, I can give you guys some space. There's no need for that. While Durla didn't know what tricks Denise used to get Derek, she swore she wasn't going to give up so easily. Unfortunately, Durla had no idea that Denise was currently counting on her to save her. That night, Denise sat alone on her bed, reflecting on the day's events. No matter how you look at it, she and Durla wanted the exact same thing. To achieve both of their goals as quickly as possible, Denise decided to write Durla a letter. But rather than calling it a letter, it was more like a formal challenge from Denise to Durla. She wanted the outcome of her magic spar with Durla to determine whether Derek stayed or left. Meanwhile, Valerian had also returned to the estate from the White Zone. Though the subjugation of the White Zone wasn't finished yet, he hadn't come back empty-handed. Hearing this, Duke Duprian quickly asked him what he had obtained. It turned out that while the two of them were exploring the White Labyrinth, they had acquired a magical weapon. You have to understand, any weapon found in a place like that is definitely no ordinary item. Just as the Duke was about to go check it out for himself, Valerian spoke up again. It turned out to be a magic wand shaped like a tree branch, and it likely functioned similar to a conductor's baton. Hearing Valerian's description, the Duke grew uncharacteristically serious. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. A heavy rainstorm suddenly struck Elburst. Denise had a terrible nightmare. In her dream, Derek kept dialing up the intensity of her training. The feeling was incredibly real. Denise felt like she had been completely drained of every last drop of mana. Fortunately, this agony didn't last too long. Denise eventually jolted awake in tears. When she realized it had all just been a dream, the young girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Denise was a little curious. Why hadn't Bella come to wake her up today? If Derek found out she slept in today, he would definitely pile on more training again. Surprisingly, Bella told her that Derek wouldn't be coming over for a while. It turned out the leader of Derek's mercenary guild had gotten injured, so Derek took a leave of absence and went back. Upon hearing this, Denise turned around and left without another word. She didn't even bother eating breakfast, and just hurriedly rushed straight back to her bedroom. Denise had been waiting for this day for far too long. Ever since Derek showed up, she had been desperate for freedom. Without a single moment of hesitation, Denise immediately threw herself back into the embrace of her bed. For the first time, She felt like her bed was incredibly soft. Even the air in her bedroom smelled sweet. Denise had even somewhat forgotten where she left off in her novel. Suddenly, an idea struck Denise. Why not take advantage of this rare opportunity to get some solid writing done on her unfinished novel? Meanwhile, cutting back over to Derek. After taking his leave, he immediately rushed to Beldrin's Tears. Due to the guild leader's injury, the usually bustling tavern had become incredibly quiet and deserted. Without any hesitation, Derek opened the door deep inside the tavern. The guild leader is currently lying in bed, and his left arm is completely gone. Long time no see, Derek. Hearing this, Pelling quickly turns around. Seeing this scene, Derek feels a mix of confusion and a tinge of sorrow. Even during the War of Dawn back then, I never suffered such a heavy injury. Looks like I really am getting old. How did this happen? Even if it's a labyrinth in the White Zone, you shouldn't have gotten hurt this badly, old man. I thought so too, but I never expected that a sandworm would show up in a place like that. The moment he hears the word sandworm, Derek's expression turns serious. I killed countless sandworms during the War of Dawn, but when it suddenly appeared this time, I actually panicked a bit. Even though it cost me an arm, I still managed to chop that bastard's head off, so I guess it's not a total loss, huh? How can you still joke around at a time like this? Recently, the Duprian family has stepped into the White Zone, and other nobles have also started submitting exploration commissions. I guess they're scrambling everywhere to see what profits they can scrape up. Never go to the White Zone, unless they send a massive regular army to wipe it out. Going there is just throwing your life away. Derek, I definitely don't want to see you die in a place like that. Time flashes by, and the scene shifts back to Denise's estate. After Derek left, she skimmed through the books she hadn't had time to read. But suddenly, she realizes she just can't seem to focus. This used to be her favorite thing to do, but now, Denise feels like something is missing. She begins to recall, what would she normally be doing around this time? As a surge of mana rushes to her fingertips, Denise finally finds her answer. She should be practicing magic. Denise's secret is finally revealed. Behind this noble lady lies a tragic past. It turns out Denise was burdened with massive expectations since childhood, even more so than her older brother, the future head of the family. Everyone in her family kept telling her that only she could lead the Beltis family to prosperity. But deep down, Denise knew very well that it was all an illusion. From start to finish, her family members didn't actually care about her. They were just pushing her to the edge of a cliff. What those people wanted was to watch Denise cross that perilous chasm. It wasn't that Denise never fought back, nor that she never voiced her own choices. It was just that to the Beltis family, Denise's choices didn't matter. All that supposed respect, the moment Denise took a single wrong step, it instantly turned into disappointment and scolding. Expectations are always accompanied by the possibility of disappointment. Denise just wanted to escape that suffocating pressure. Everyone constantly nagged her about magic, but Denise still couldn't understand why they all obsessed over it. Inheriting the Beltis bloodline, Denise's magic talent was inherently strong. But the reason she avoided doing certain things was partly because she felt she couldn't do them. Derek knew this very well too, which is why he relentlessly pushed her forward. To reform someone like Denise, what it takes is an ironclad persistence to push through to the end, no matter how much she refuses. What Denise is using right now is the 2-star detection magic, surveillance. Her strength is already approaching effluence. The mana formation on the outer perimeter is in disarray. That creates a blind spot in your detection zone. When did you get there? Why didn't I sense your presence at all? Once you lose focus, your mana falls into chaos. That will only make you more exhausted. Please concentrate on maintaining your magic. Although Denise has countless questions in her head, she still does exactly as Derek says. Seeing Denise cast a 2-star detection spell so proficiently, Derek doesn't show the slightest hint of panic. Over their time together, through training together with Denise, he has gained a solid grasp of her level. The moment Derek clenches his fist, a ripple surges through Denise's magic circle. Due to the mana flow from Derek's intervention, maintaining the magic itself had become difficult. Derek was intentionally disrupting Denise's magic. On the battlefield, detection mages often clashed with one another. Ultimately, the essence of war is information warfare. Victory or defeat is decided by the detection mage with the higher realm. From now on, let's begin the training. Derek applied another shockwave. Denise's magic circle shook violently. Please fend off the external interference and protect yourself. My lady, if you can do this, no one will ever look down on your magic again. Just by looking at Denise, it was obvious that she could barely endure this level of pain. But in the very next second, a smile crept onto the corner of Denise's mouth. If you really want to play it this way, then don't regret it. This time, Denise held nothing back, directly channeling all of her mana. He was a magic tutor she was going to cut ties with anyway, so there was no need to hold back anymore. Denise smiling during training. This was a first for Derek. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Durla at Elberst's estate. However, the young girl's mind was completely elsewhere, so naturally, she felt nothing. I'm so sorry, Lady Durla, for having you stay in such a shabby villa. This place is fine as it is, you don't need to apologize. As long as I have a decent training ground, that's enough for me. The training ground is over there, right? Lady Durla, please wait a moment. A letter has arrived from the main estate. I brought it here for you. This letter is from Lady Denise of the Beltis family. Hearing the sender was Denise, Durla surprisingly came to a halt. The contents of the letter were simple, a magic duel with Derek as the prize. But in Durla's eyes, this was a direct provocation from Denise. Setting up such a blatant trap actually puts my mind at ease. To actually stoop to such tactics, wanting to defeat me so I can never covet Derek again. That's what she means, right? After receiving Derek's teachings, Durla's anger had become more like a freezing chill rather than a burning heat. A cluster of thick thorns materialized out of thin air, accurately piercing the crumpled paper Durla had tossed aside. The mana-forged thorns seemed to be guarding a noble rose. Durla silently walked forward. The murderous intent in her eyes made it look like she was staring at prey already marked for death. Rather than handing Derek over to such a cunning person, it would be better to take him back to the Duprian family by force. Time flew by, and it was once again the day of the Rosia Salon. Yesterday's all-out training session had completely drained Denise's body. She didn't understand why her competitive spirit had been triggered, nor did she understand why she went all out. Moreover, no matter how hard she tried at the time, she couldn't block Derek's interference at all. Just as Denise was pondering these matters, Ethelyn suddenly appeared before her. I'm truly sorry. I heard Durla was a bit impolite to you last time. As her older sister, I wanted to apologize to you. I'm so sorry, Lady Denise. You don't need to apologize. I actually had a really nice chat with her. Although Durla can be impulsive and extreme at times, she's not a bad kid at heart. Please, I ask that you forgive her. Of course, Denise didn't mind any of this. After all, in her eyes, Durla was her savior. Honestly, if Durla were to enter the Rosia Salon just like this, I'm really not sure if she'd be able to adapt. So, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. I wonder if I could ask a favor of you, Lady Denise. Hearing this, Denise was a bit surprised. She had no idea what Ethelyn wanted her to do. Meanwhile, Durla was organizing the layout of her estate. Just as she brought up going to train, a maid informed her that a guest had arrived. Furthermore, the butler had laid out the rest of Durla's schedule for the day. Hearing this made Durla even more downcast. At that moment, the maid added that the guest was from the Beltis family. Hearing that, Durla immediately said she didn't want to see them. The guest outside is Derek from the Beltis family. Should I have him go straight back? Hearing the butler's words, the girl's attitude did a complete 180. What should I do? This is way too sudden. Bring all my makeup and clothes to my room, right this instant. Meanwhile, Derek was already standing at the entrance of the Duprian estate. The young girl had completely forgotten all her worries, because she knew very well, that Derek was here to see her. In her frantic rush, Durla even tripped and fell in the hallway. But she immediately scrambled up and kept running. Only one thought raced through her mind. Faster, I have to go faster. They were finally meeting. Durla finally came face to face with the Derek she had been yearning for. Just a short while ago, Derek had unexpectedly arrived at her estate. Are you here to persuade Lady Durla? Yes, the Rosia Salon is eagerly looking forward to Lady Durla joining. Previously, Lady Ethelyn asked Lady Denise, to see if I could help persuade Lady Durla, but I'm not sure if you can pull it off. Because even when Lady Ethelyn went to persuade her, she only said she'd think about it. I know, but I won't know until I try. Meanwhile, Durla was in her room, anxiously waiting for Derek's arrival. She still remembered, the very first time she met him, and what she had done to him. But as their relationship evolved, her feelings toward him had grown complicated. Her heart was filled with nervous tension, terrified of leaving a bad impression. Right at that moment, Derek's voice came from outside the door. In the second before he walked in, it felt like a deer was wildly thrashing around inside her chest. Under Durla's expectant gaze, Derek finally appeared. It's been a while. Have you been well, Lady Durla? The moment she heard his words, Durla could no longer hide her overwhelming joy and excitement. Derek didn't show much emotion. He simply sat down slowly across from her. You seem to have grown taller recently. I guess I grew a little bit. Lady Durla, you've also become much prettier. Hearing that, Durla felt her heart completely melt. But the very next second, Derek's expression suddenly turned dead serious. Seeing that look on his face, Durla instantly snapped back to reality. You sure know how to spout fake pleasantries, You're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? I was merely stating a fact. Hearing him say that, Durla's mind instantly filled with romantic pink bubbles again. The reason I came to see you, is because I have a favor to ask. In a flash, Durla perked right up. Derek paused for a moment before speaking. Do you truly intend to not join the Rosia Salon? Durla looked surprised. Why are you bringing this up too, Derek? Lady Durla, you will soon be making your official societal debut, will you not? If so, joining the salon will greatly benefit your future social endeavors. But what did any of that, have to do with him? I want you to step out into a much broader world, because you, Lady Durla, are my most precious first disciple. The moment she heard those words, Durla sat up perfectly straight. Her actions had already given her answer. Shortly after, the three great nobles of the Rosia Salon gathered once more. And all of this, was because of Durla's application to join the salon. Did something happen? Why did she suddenly apply to join? Ethelyn never expected this either. She had tried so hard to convince Durla, yet she refused. But Derek only visited her once, and she immediately submitted a formal application. Denise couldn't wrap her head around it. Just what on earth did Derek say to her? Time flew by. The salon meeting came to an end. However, just as Denise was preparing to return home, an unexpected person arrived. And that person is none other than Durla, who submitted her application just today. Have you been well these past few? Let's save the small talk for next week. Hearing this, Denise was a little surprised. Since you declared you're using Derek as your wager, then I need to bring a bargaining chip that will make Grand Duke Beltis nod in agreement. That's the only way this duel can proceed smoothly, right? Inside your estate, isn't there a painting titled Panorama of the Colhe's Granary? If I lose, I will buy that painting at a premium price and gift it to you. After hearing Durla's proposal, Denise felt a significant amount of pressure building in her heart. Fortunately, Durla didn't pester her for too long. Denise smoothly boarded the carriage back home. Do we really have a painting like that in our estate? We do. Indeed. I just don't remember where it was placed. Do you remember? Remember what? If you lose, you'll be free from Derek. Denise suddenly fell into a brief silence. Yeah? That night, Denise arrived at Grand Duke Beltis' estate. She came this time because of the upcoming duel. So what you're saying is, shell by the Colhe's Granary region and gift it to me. That's a pretty good deal. If that's the case, then it's certainly worth wagering Derek. You don't necessarily have to rely on magic to achieve something. Even using this method, it's still for the sake of the family. As long as you prove yourself useful, your father will be more than satisfied. But upon hearing those words, Denise felt a bitter pang in her heart. Early the next morning, Denise sat alone in the estate's courtyard. She slowly took in the aura of her surroundings, gradually releasing her mana. With Derek's help, casting this 2-star detection magic was already much easier for Denise. Moreover, unlike before, her perception had also significantly improved. Whether it was leaves falling through the air, or birds flapping their wings. Nothing could escape Denise's senses. Unlike her earlier, unrefined attempts, Denise could now even sense those birds staring back at her. This meant that she had completely mastered this magic, stepping into the realm of a two-star mage. Denise lightly tossed the magical threads in her hand, a genuine smile blossoming on her face. "Isn't magic fascinating?" Direct's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Everything the young girl displayed today seemed unable to escape Direct's eyes. In that moment, a complex expression flashed across Denise's face. It looked like the shyness of having a secret exposed, mixed with a hint of guilt. The sparring match between Direct's two disciples finally began. Will Denise purposely throw the match and lose Derek? Just a short while ago, Derek had suddenly appeared behind Denise. "I still couldn't detect you this time. That's because I concealed all my mana and presence, but I can sense just how much you've grown, my lady." Magic and writing novels. Aren't they quite similar? Hearing the mention of writing novels, Denise suddenly perked up. The emotional arcs in the novels you write are so vivid, and your prose is incredibly delicate. You always manage to accurately sketch out the characters in your mind. The same goes for magic. Detection magic, in particular, is just like writing a novel. You seek out the mana, observe it carefully, and must perceive and manipulate it with absolute precision. Lady Denise, you understand this joy better than anyone else. Please recognize that value. But I am not someone of such value. The moment he heard those words, Derek realized he must have missed a crucial detail. "Follow me, I want to show you something." This is the panoramic painting of the Colhe's granary, the very painting Durla said she'd buy if she won. "Maybe I just don't understand this painting at all. It looks like a blank piece of paper to me. I can see it perfectly clear. A painting like that only exists in the ledger records. It's a forged purchase our family made just to evade taxes." Durla is incredibly impressive. How did she even find out about this, and even offer to help our family cover up this weakness? Plus, she saw right through my father's intentions with crystal clarity. My father doesn't actually care at all about my personal mastery of magic. As long as I can be used like this to maximize my value for the family, that's enough for him. To put it bluntly, someone like me is nothing but a pawn on the family's chessboard. Is the image of the lady your family expects truly all that you are? Even in such a suffocating environment, don't you still care deeply for the servants? And you can describe Lord Robine's romance more beautifully than anyone else, right? When you're studying magic, you can't help but smile, can you? The moment she heard those words, Denise felt a bit dazed. "I don't care what becomes of Denise of the Beltis family. The one I support is simply Denise the young girl. I just hope you win tomorrow's duel, my lady. May you find your own happiness." The scene shifted. After her conversation with Derek, Denise returned to her mansion. "You must be very happy, my lady. Once you lose tomorrow's duel, you can finally send Sir Derek away. Bella, can someone as hollow and worthless as me truly dedicate myself to studying magic, surrounded by people of true worth who give it their absolute all? Every single one of us has a hollow heart, and we all keep living by filling it with something." Hearing Bella say this, Denise seemed to realize something. "Bella, could you also? I've been reading it since chapter 1. Wait, you didn't tell Derek, did you?" "I sure did." "You've also tried your absolute hardest to fill the emptiness inside you, my lady. Your heart is incredibly rich and full. Your curiosity and consideration for others, your gentle eyes that can read hearts and empathize with people. Right now, my lady, you are someone with a completely full and abundant heart." Hearing Bella say this, a hint of hesitation still lingered in Denise's heart. The girl silently lowered her head. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. After a long silence, Denise finally spoke up. "Then what exactly should I do? Actually, I don't want to lose tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Bella smiled too. "Then go out there and win." Time flew by. The day of the sparring match finally arrived. Unlike Denise, Durla's face was filled with absolute determination to win. Although Denise still kept up her lazy demeanor, there was clearly a newfound resolve in her heart. "You actually didn't run away, considering this is my estate. I thought you'd be too scared to even show your face. Without your family's prestigious background, you'd be absolutely nothing, isn't that right?" You don't have to purposely say such hurtful things. Even without all that, Lady Durla, you are powerful enough on your own, aren't you? There was not a trace of sarcasm in Denise's words, yet they completely left Durla speechless. It's fine if we don't watch from up close, right? After all, this is just a sparring match between students. I don't want to cause you any unnecessary worry. I want this to be a pure sparring match, solely for their own growth and gains. Sparring partners, attention, the match will begin the moment the bell rings. As the referee rang the bell in his hand, Durla took the initiative to cast her magic. Unlike before, Durla barely needed any chanting time anymore. In just the blink of an eye, Durla conjured several ice spears and launched them at Denise. But to everyone's surprise, Denise showed absolutely no intention of dodging. It wasn't until the ice spears were mere inches away that Denise finally made her move. A surge of dark green magic appeared beneath the girl's feet. Her body slowly floated up into the air. There was not a shred of fear in Denise's eyes. She completely disregarded the ice spears Durla had conjured. The moment the ice spears struck, Denise danced through the attacks like a butterfly. Such bizarre behavior completely stunned everyone in the audience. Durla didn't hesitate. She immediately channeled her mana to control the ice spears. The ice spears that had already flown past suddenly changed direction midair. As the ice spears struck again, Denise still showed no intention of fighting back. She simply used basic levitation magic to dodge the barrage of ice spears. As Durla poured more mana into her attacks, Denise smoothly increased her own speed. No matter how hard Durla tried, her ice spears couldn't even graze Denise. Durla's all-out assault looked like child's play in front of Denise. In that moment, Durla started to panic. She never expected such a massive gap between them. It turned out Denise was only using very weak wind magic, but through her precise control, she flawlessly dodged every single strike. Combined with her acute mana perception, she could dodge every attack without even looking. But Derek didn't know that this was also Denise's first time pulling this off. In that instant, Denise finally showed a genuine smile. You said you'd lose to me, yet here you are, dodging for your life. I knew exactly how despicable you were from the very start. I'm sorry, Lady Durla. It seems I lied after all. So, in today's sparring match, I'm going to win. The moment Denise unleashed her mana, Durla fully realized the massive gap between them.